The freeways to get here, and I'm just glad I don't have to make this drive every day. That's all I want to say about that. My name is Charlotte Winkleman, and I am the Director of College and Career Readiness and Guidance and Counseling for the Hays Consolidated Independent School District. I am also on the Executive Committee of TACAC, and we're kind of co-hosting this show today. It's not a show. This professional development today. For you who don't know what TACAC stands for, is the Texas Association of College Admissions Counselors. It is an affiliate of NACAC, which is the National Association of College Admissions Counselors. If you're counselors, or if you're here and you're a counselor and you are not a part of that organization, I want to encourage you to join that organization. It's probably one of the cheapest you'll ever join. The beauty of that organization is there are college admissions counselors and financial aid staff from the universities and colleges that are also a part of that organization, and that gives you a chance to do some one-on-one networking with college admission folks and financial aid folks from the universities in Texas. We even have some outside agencies that are they joined anyway because they work in Texas, but they may represent OU or they may represent another university outside of Texas. So I did want to encourage you, if you're not a part of that organization, again, it's cheap, to go online, fill out an application, and to join. And for administrators who are here, it would be wonderful if you would pay for your counselors. But that's all I'm saying about that. Okay, moving right along. This is College 201. We had 101 in September, and that's for new counselors, 0 to 3 years or 2 years. And we'll continue to do that, and that's kind of a boots on the ground training with admissions staff, financial aid staff, and we walk the inexperienced counselor through the steps of being a counselor, what it takes to get your students into college. We talk about the college application. We talk about the financial aid application. Back there when you came in, you will notice that we had some handouts. We had the TASFA application back there, which that's a financial aid application for your immigrant students that don't have a Social Security number. And there's money for those students in college, so we encourage your students to fill that TASFA out. The instructions are back there as well. There is also a handout back there that I don't know if Lana's going to talk about it this afternoon about the PPY, but if you don't know what PPY is, it's prior year. And that process will, we're going to market it this year with College Board, but that process will start in October of 16. And that means that students will have the opportunity to fill out their financial aid in October with prior year information instead of waiting until January when their parents get their income tax information, or instead of filling out their FAFSA and guesstimating based on prior year. So we have prior year in October of next year. Then we have prior year and the TASFA this year starting in January for those students. Obviously, we would love for them to have their parents' income tax information, but in case they don't, they can always estimate that based on the information they have from the prior year. So you've got that back there. You've also got some coordinating board information about the application piece and where your school falls on that grid. That's the beauty of the Chamber of Commerce, is that they encourage nice play competition to encourage our schools to get our kids into where they need to be. You have an agenda of the day. We hope that we will stick to that agenda. We're kind of already off because we're waiting for a guest, but I did want to just kick this off, tell you what this was about, why we're doing this. We're going to talk a whole lot this morning about the DTC 70, which is the direct to college 70%. Some of your schools have set lower percentages than that for this first year, but we'll kick it up to 70% next year, because if you're starting really low, jumping to 70% may be unrealistic for you, maybe not. So Gerald, are we Oh, caught you in mid-conversation.
Yeah, we'll keep it going.
Okay,
Right.
so I think you're up next. Yeah, I'm sorry, we're supposed to introduce each
No,
other.
don't worry about that.
All right, good. I love him. Isn't he wonderful?
I need to walk around. I struggle to talk, and I hate that this is being recorded, so I can't be my normal self since it's being recorded. Can y'all hear me? All right, I have a document. Have any of y'all heard about the 60 by 30 plan? Okay, all right, that's great. My name is Jarrell Booker. I'm Assistant Commissioner for College Ratings and Success here at the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. We're happy to be hosting you all, and I'm handing these out while I talk, okay? Can y'all? So, we're happy to be hosting you all and working closely with the coordinating board. I want to talk briefly about our 60 by 30 state higher education plan. And then at some point, the Commissioner of Higher Education might come in, and if that's okay, we'll just interrupt because he really wanted to talk to you all about a lot of our partnerships with K-12 and what we're trying to do here at the state. So, how many of y'all are familiar with the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board? First of all, I know TA is like, yeah, we know them, but very few, little? Okay. Couple things I want to talk about as we hand out this plan, for those who've heard about the 60 by 30, is point out a couple of things about the pipeline that you may not know about. And what I mean by the pipeline is we've kind of tracked cohorts of 8th graders all the way through, right? Did they get through high school? Did they get through college? And so forth. And our goal with this pipeline is, and let me give you some numbers. You start off with 100 8th graders. And those 100 8th graders, how many of them would you all say average in the state of Texas actually graduate from high school? What percent? 60, 65? About, the average is about 65. And then out of that 65, how many actually enter college? And I'm talking 2 or 4 year or technical. Now we're down to 55. And out of that 55, how many actually get all the way through after 6 years with either a level 1 certificate or AA degree or bachelor's? Anybody know? Take a guess. I hear 40. Anybody else? I know y'all. I know it's early. We didn't have coffee, but anybody else? 20. Right? So if you have, and look at your if you look at your schools, you have 100 8th graders. At the end of the day, as much as people think, 20. And out of that 20, probably 12 are bachelor's degrees. All right? Now I have this talk with my middle school son. I'm like, are you part of that 12? If you can count 88 other kids, you're in trouble. All right? Now, I'm telling you this to say that it's a serious issue for us because our goals that you'll see in what we're passing out are very much tied to what you all do. And the direct college enrollment is super important and critical to us to hit our long-term goals as a state. Okay? And let's be clear, you all are well aware of House Bill 5 and the new graduation requirements, right? Well aware. But for us, for colleges, hasn't changed too much. That had nothing to do with us. Colleges still expect what they expect. There's a big difference from being eligible, being admitted, and then getting through. Big difference. And I'm here to tell you, at least from my standpoint, and my colleagues have heard me say this, college is hard. At all levels. Level 1 certs are hard these days. If you don't take certain math because we don't think it's necessary, then you may get in, but you probably aren't going to get through. That's real talk for us and our families and our kids. And if we don't press upon them that, hey, if you're on this track, you need to take these tougher courses. It needs to be more rigorous. And I know in y'all's head you're thinking about students and you know the numbers because our accountability systems are different. And let me ask you all in this room, what is K-12's accountability? What makes you look good? Anybody? Graduation rates. You graduate kids, you're happy. No problems, no bad press. Boards gets to stay elected and people keep moving forward. It's not how many kids actually go to college and get through, is it? If you had a 0 rate of kids going to college and getting through, would it really, it would have to take a while for that to come out. And then you'd have to adjust. And then what's higher ed's accountability generally? Anybody know? How do we get paid? Enrollment. You show up, you get paid. right? So where is it, whose job is it to get them all the way through? Who's accountable for that? I hear college. Colleges say it's y'all. Y'all didn't, you sent me somebody who wasn't ready. Shouldn't have accepted them. That's the real talk. Should we? But if you don't, then the numbers get bad, and at the end of the day, the workforce is complaining that we don't have people, we don't have a qualified workforce in Texas. So what you see is a sheet of paper that is a plan for us for 2030. 60 by 30 text is how we call it. The first one is the primary overarching goal, the 60% by 2030. Y'all see that? I'm not going to go through it and read it all to you, but that's a big time goal, and it's a difficult goal to reach. But we think we can do it. We're being very bold on this, but we can't do it without any of y'all. How many of y'all familiar with Closing the Gaps? Yeah, you heard that, right? That's right. Well, Closing the Gaps ended 2015, and now this is the new one moving forward. So if we need 60% of people ages 25 to 34 in Texas to have some sort of credential, is that a lot to you all or not? Anybody have any idea what we have right now? Take a guess. How many people in Texas that age have a credential? I'm hearing whispers. What? 38%. Massachusetts around 60 something, Kristen. Other countries are in the 60s already. 60%. We're at 38. So it's going to require a major collaboration between K-12, higher ed, and the workforce to actually make this happen, which is why we're working closely with the chamber and your association to actually make this happen. And then the next two you'll see is completion goals, which is a numbers goal, how many people actually complete that year, 550,000. The next one is marketable skills. So when students actually graduate, they actually know what their skill is. Well, I'm just an English major, I can only be a teacher. No, not only be a teacher. It's a big deal being a teacher, but you can also do other things too. And the last one is student debt, which you may not know, you have a big role on student debt. Okay? You have a major role on student debt. And why? How many of y'all are familiar with TSI and developmental ed? Yes? Great. If they don't take certain courses, then it puts them behind and they're paying more to eventually get out. And what we're finding is then you don't graduate and you're in debt. That's a double hit. Double hit. And then the last part is, let's say people don't want to go straight to college. That's fine. But if I didn't take it in high school, and then when I'm 25, you say, you know what, I think I want to go back to school, how far am I away from what I never learned it? Now you go back into Dev Ed at 25, and it takes you longer to get through. All right? So I'm excited about what you're learning today. My role for today is, one, to show you what this is, our plan, so you know what it is. Two, to tell you there's a big difference between eligibility, admissions, and success. And three is to let you know what my role here is at the agency is to and through. My division, College Readiness Success, deals with getting you to college and through college. We're responsible for Applied Texas. We're responsible for Gentex, have you ever heard of that? Responsible for developmental ed and TSI exams. Okay, that's us. Then success programs, once you get into college, which you may not be aware of, we do that also. We are partners with you. If you have great ideas of what we could do, please let me know. If we're doing something wrong, please let me know, because we can't do it without you all. All right? The commissioner, like I said, will hopefully come in and share a few words. I'll be around in and out all day. I thank you for the time. I'm going to turn it over to Drew so he can talk more about the direct-to-college enrollment, which I think this is excellent for the region. I wish all parts of the state would do it, because it's definitely going to help us for our 60 by 30 plan. Thank you.
How's this? How's this? All right, welcome. Thank you for what you do every day. I'm at the Chamber of Commerce, and we were really pleased last Monday. I was more pleased to be able to see it from afar, but Jarrell, Gilbert Zavala, Sean Cranston, who's our local volunteer, and several others led a delegation that took center stage on the DTC 70 effort with counselors from all over the country. And the First Lady had made this one of her centerpiece initiatives in the second term in strengthening counseling. And they wanted to look at what you all have created here in Central Texas. So the purpose of this briefing is to give you a high-level overview of the DTC 70 effort, the work that you all have put together, and some suggestions for next steps here in December and the following year. When we started 10 years ago, and I'll even start a little bit earlier than that, when we started, all of you are too young to remember that in the late 90s we had the dot-com bust. And for Austin, we lost tens of thousands of jobs. Here in Central Texas, we lost billions of dollars in payroll. And functionally, we were very reliant on semiconductors to the point where when that sector got a head cold, the whole body got really, really ill. And we didn't really have a strategy for diversifying the economy. And so the business community went out and created something called Opportunity Austin. And the intent of it was to go out and recruit targeted economic sectors that would help us to diversify the economy and weather the next downturn. And so throughout the mid-2000s, as we were looking at different types of industries to recruit, we were also looking back at what are those talent sources that are going to help power these industries. So the United States is functionally a much higher cost market than most of the developing world. And so most of the industries that we were going after were those that were brain-based, talent-based, tech-based. We'd kind of gotten lucky. Michael Dell was born here, grew his company here, but there were very thoughtful things that were done to build upon UT, Texas State, Austin Community College, and off of trying to diversify the tech sector so that we could weather the next downturn. Through that first 5-year period, we were able to recover the jobs that were lost in the tech bust much faster than most other parts of the region. And then for those of you who own homes here in Central Texas, we had one of the least fall-offs in our real estate values of anywhere in the country during the Great Recession. We were the last in to the Great Recession. We were the first out anywhere in the country. And so our property values were stronger. We had less red ink in our internal and personal balance sheets, and we've been able to diversify and grow the earnings here in ways that have not been done throughout the rest of the state of Texas. But that also means that we've got an increasing premium on staying current on technology. So we may have a 3% unemployment rate, but I'll tell you within the business community today, we're very concerned about what we've seen here over the last 12 months in Austin. If you had seen on Friday, HomeAway was purchased, is most of the marquee companies over the last 12 months have been purchased. And so as decisions are going to be made from afar, we need to continue to look at early stage, early technology companies as ways that are going to help diversify the economy and keep us relevant. If we're not creating the next chip, if we're not creating the next web app, if we're not creating the next medical device, we go out of business pretty quickly. Dell's new holding company with EMC is not based in Texas. It's not based in Austin. It's based in Massachusetts. Decisions for HomeAway are now going to be made by Expedia. These are decisions that are going to be made. Now, this is going to mean a lot of windfall and hopefully additional companies in here, but this region doesn't have natural resources. We've got brain power, and we have a very short cycle time, and we've always got to be on top of it. So making sure that local Central Texans are enrolling and completing in higher education is absolutely critical to all of our economic viability. It's the backbone of our tax base, and it's the way in which people can stay here in this community after they go to higher education here in this community. So this is a regional partnership, as you know, and as we created the effort in 2005 and in 2006, the real intent of it was to build tools for counselors, by counselors, that counselors need to help more students enroll directly in higher education, and also to build this network of sharing between school districts, with our higher education bodies, and with our political bodies. We've certainly not solved all the problems, but I think we have pulled together better tools than anywhere else in the country as a result of your dedication, your brain power, and your continuing to hold us accountable for trying to clear some of these barriers. So, you know, our unemployment numbers are down 12,000, which is great. And our poverty rate is dropping, which is great. But we still have this mismatch. We've got 46,000 job openings. We've got 36,000 that are unemployed. Of those that are unemployed, almost all of them lack an associate's degree. And of those 46,000 job openings, 23,000 require a bachelor's degree. Another 14% require an associate's degree. So we've just fundamentally got too few folks in the market who don't have degrees. And then when you break it down into sectors, the computer and IT sector is by far, there are 8,800 open jobs. There's $500 million in payroll that would be employed tomorrow if people could find the talent to fill it. Sales is retail sales. Office administration is office assistants. Those are roughly in the 4,000 range of job openings. And healthcare kind of moves up and down between 10 and 11%, but we anticipate that's going to grow as the Dell Medical School opens up. They have thousands of applications for their 50 slots. Management continues to keep pace with overall job growth. Business and finance is an area that has grown significantly here over the last 24 months, especially as more and more of the financial industry has been digitizing. Folks like Charles Schwab are moving 1,000 jobs here into Central Texas to get the digital talent that also is in the financial area. For people who install or repair or maintain, about 4% of the open jobs. So overall, what we're trying to do is transition more people directly into higher education. When we started this effort, we didn't know whether a student had applied. We didn't know if they'd filled out financial aid. We didn't know if they were college ready. We didn't know if they went. We didn't know if they were successful. We didn't know what variables we could affect to be able to increase the likelihood of direct college enrollment. And each of these tools are a result of people in this room working together to help digitize this information and put it into your hands as close to real time as possible. But 90% say they're going to go to college through the surveys for Ray Marshall. 83% of the class of 2014 applied via Apply Texas. About the same percent either took the ACT or the SAT or both. About 64% graduated college career ready, 57% completing the financial aid, and then roughly 61% who enrolled directly into some form of post-secondary. Could be a proprietary school, technical college, community college, university, in-state, out-of-state. This represents data from 99% of the enrollment in the United States, the most accurate data that's out there. So what we found here as a region is between 2002 and 2007, we moved from about half of the graduating class directly enrolling up to about 63% directly enrolling. And that rate has been largely flat. That red line in the middle has been largely flat, while you'll see some movement there at the state level, and you'll see some movement there at the federal or national level. We just need more college-educated talent. Now, because of your great job in increasing the college or the high school graduation rate, and also because of population growth, the raw number of students directly enrolling increased by 35%. So we have a lot more students directly enrolling than we did before. We just don't have a higher rate of students directly enrolling than before. We've largely had flat tuition here over the last several years for in-state schools. Community college has seen marginal increases in it. There have been increases in federal and state financial aid, but we're still seeing that this number has been flat. So this effort has been focused on what we've called Counseling 2.0. So we've used it as a term for Web 2.0 and Web 1.0. So you may remember Web 1.0 was you took this piece of paper and you PDF'd it and stuck it on the internet. Easier than finding it in a book, but still not an interactive exercise. Web 2.0 has been an exchange of information, and Web 3.0 is you going to Mobissimo, having them search 1,100 websites and giving you could travel any of the number of 6 or 7 days at the different times, and it'll give you different amounts of money that it'll cost you if you go in this city or out of this city. It's data pinging against other data to be able to help you make the most informed decision. We're not there. That's what we're moving toward, and we're in 2.0. But the key is to get you actionable and timely student-level data for your counselors. We do that through the junior survey, and that's where we're surveying your juniors and asking them a whole series of questions about what they want to do after high school. And it is using that information to digitally message your students individually on application deadlines for where they want to go to college, for financial deadlines for where they want to go to college, for career interests for where they want to go. So Jarrell is going to let me know if I'm going to keep going or if I'm going to stop.
Is that okay?
Well, how about I take I'll just take 3-4 more minutes. How about that? So focusing on the college career readiness rates, which, as you know, have become a whole lot more complicated under the current assessment regime. ACT, SAT reminders, Apply Texas and FAFSA reminders, and then an exit survey at the end of their senior year to ask students where they need additional help, what additional things we can do with them over the summer, and then tracking with them into the summer melt, where 9 of your school districts have extended counselor contracts part-time into the summer to individually help case manage those students. We're currently working with Austin Community College so that this summer we'll be able to have real-time or as close to real-time data as possible on whether whether students have filled out their course schedule for ACC or paid, and we're hoping that can be a model to be able to pull in additional real-time data. But the point of this is getting it into your hands so that you can help students in a more efficient manner. So high school junior survey, we've talked about digital messaging to juniors about key deadlines. We've talked about helping you as a counselor be able to manage a student's dashboard more simply in a red, yellow, green, help you know, what are the things I should be doing today, this week, this month. Apply Texas digital messaging to remind on those students' individual interest, colleges and their deadlines, going to their text message. Help to organize who are the students interested in the following college or university. We send out the Apply Texas, and I know Andy has put out there on the back the most recent Apply Texas data for the class of 2016. The FAFSA messaging, which will happen all during the spring, and we know 80% of those who fill out the FAFSA directly enroll. Additional information on College Dashboard, their FAFSA, their SAT, ACT. We'll continue to put information out on the FAFSA, and you may know that we did a backstage tour of Austin City Limits for your student class presidents and handed out 30 badges to the campuses that had the highest number of social media likes on the financial aid website, which will allow them to, we'll be able to message them all throughout the spring about filling out their financial aid. Which I've mentioned, we've seen, although it has flattened out over the last several years, 100% increase in FAFSA submissions. When this was started in 2006, that was about 60 million in institutional, federal, and state aid. It's now up to 120 million. That exit survey, which we've talked about, which the Ray Marshall Center does, which can give you a tremendous amount of information. This summer melt, which has been very consistent over time. We've seen roughly about 30 percentage point of students not directly enrolling who say it is my intent in 90 days to be enrolled in college. Greg Compton's research, which he'll talk about in detail, that looks at marginal predictive effects of different kinds of interventions at different quartiles of students. The summer melt interventions, these digital interventions that will go through your text message to help with your students. And so this whole effort together was created, birthed, informed by you. It was empowered by the commissioner, by David Gardner, who's been through both Closing the Gaps and 60 by 30 is, in my mind, one of the brainchilds of this whole effort. It has been there to help get this real-time data to you to help you empower more students. Your superintendents have been working at the executive team level. They met Friday. Their designees have been working as an implementation group. They met on October 28th and continue to meet on the key components of what we've talked about. But to those who are principals and to counselors, these are our final kind of recommendations. One is to set a slightly more aggressive goal. You had 83% apply. We recommend that you shoot for an 88% completion rate goal for your Apply Texas students. It gives them that option to go into higher education. The second is to really focus on using Apply Texas in lieu of institutional applications. You can't track them if they're the institutional applications. Set a minimum of a 55% FAFSA submission goal for the end of Q1. What we found over the last 10 years is that the submission curve has shifted in a good way earlier and earlier, which means our kids are eligible for more of the institutional aid that's available. But we need to get a higher rate of students submitting that FAFSA form earlier. So identifying 5 staff on your campus who can drive that event. I want to commend Shirley and Hutto, Erica and Hutto. And I hope I didn't screw this up, but they gave like a free final exam, get out of jail free card to students. They had 300 show up for their financial aid. And you've got how many seniors? So pretty good. Manor has also been outstanding at getting 300 to their financial aid events. Ensure that your campus regularly updates those student and parent cell numbers. That is the best, most cost-effective way for you to remind them of deadlines, and consistently about a third of those numbers are wrong. Ensure that your data gets regularly uploaded. We only can share with you information that you upload in the easiest way. Increase the participation rate on those ACT, SAT prep races, prep courses. It is my sense that there is very little today understanding of which seniors today are college ready, which are not college ready, and then making sure this spring that those non-college ready students are enrolled in a place where they're going to get those final college readiness skills to enter ready. But they're 6 times more likely to graduate when they do. Those college career fairs we found in the data are critical to making sure students create that plan for college. So, South by Southwest EDU, NACAC, others do great events in that. And then extending those counselor contracts over the summer, make sure that those students, especially first generation and low income students, have that individual touch, individual assistance from counselors. So thank you for what you do. You guys have built this system. You guys have made a phenomenal set of things that can help improve the power of counseling. We're super excited that we're going to hit the 70% goal, and we can taste it. This is going to be an additional 1,100 students that will be enrolling directly in higher ed next August as a result of your efforts. It will be the single most impressive gain any region has made in the last 20 years. But it'll only happen with your leadership on the campus. It is absolutely critical to the economic future of those students and of this region. So thank you for doing it. And with that, I'm turning it over to our Commissioner of Education and to Jarrell Booker, who's going to introduce his boss.
Yeah, I'm back. Thank you, Drew, and I appreciate that. Like I said earlier, we're big supporters of the direct to college enrollment. It's really going to help us towards our 60 by 30 plan. As I mentioned earlier, we're lucky today to have our commissioner of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, Dr. Raymond Paredes. He'll be leading us and this agency in the state in achieving those goals that we talked about and objective in the 60 by 30 text plan. And he's here to kind of share some of his thoughts around your role in K-12 in partnership with us here at the Coordinating Board. So with that said, I'd like to turn over to Dr. Paredes to kind of share some words, and see he has a little bit of time in his schedule today to speak to y'all. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank all of you for the work that you do. I can tell you my life was much influenced by a counselor. I I was born and raised in El Paso, and I remember I went to it was a long time ago. I went to the school district, the El Paso Independent School District at that time was a 7-5 model. So you'd go to elementary school for 7 years, then you go to high school for 5. So I went to El Paso High School in the 8th grade, and there was a teacher / counselor whom I remember quite well. Her name was Dixie Arms. And she taught an honors English course as well as worked as a counselor. This is a true story. She stopped me in the hallway once and asked me, you know, I came from a very poor family. This was a poor high school, and she stopped me in the hallway and asked me if I was going to college or planning to go to college, and I said, yes, I'm planning to. My parents want me to. They talk about going to college all the time. And she said, well, if you need any help about going to college, please let me know. She said, come see me in my office. And I said, thank you very much. And I started to walk away. And then I said, you know, maybe I should ask a question. I turned around and I said, well, I have one question. I said, what's this SAT I'm supposed to take? And she said, and she told me what the SAT was, and and then I asked her, what should I do to get ready for the SAT? Remember, I was in the 8th grade, and she gave me the best academic advice I've ever heard, and I've repeated it 1,000 times, and my colleagues here will probably be bored. He's going to tell that story again. She said, this is what she told me. She said, this is the way you get ready for the SAT. She said, you take the hardest courses in the school. You take them with the hardest teachers. All the teachers that students complain about are too tough, those are the teachers you should take classes from. And she said, and read a lot. If you take the hardest courses with the hardest teachers and you read a lot, the SAT will take care of itself. That's what I did, and that's exactly what happened. I made the mistake of going home and telling my mother what Miss Arms had said to me, and she monitored the courses I took from then on. I tell people that one of the reasons I can't type, I type with 2 fingers, is my mother wouldn't let me take typing. She said, you're going to take nothing but academic courses. And that actually, I still can't type very well, but I can type as well as quickly as I can think. But I did get prepared to go to college, and I did well on the SAT. And that was directly because of my inadvertent interaction with a counselor. We've got a lot of work to do. You've heard about the 60 by 30 plan, and the fact of the matter is we're not going to be able to get there by doing business as usual. We're all going to have to reinvent the work we do, K through 12 and into higher education. We're going to have to work a lot more closely than we have before. We don't, people in public education, K through 12 education, higher education, don't talk to each other enough. There was a well-known survey that was taken about 10 years ago by, I think it was Education Week magazine, and it asked a very simple question. It asked high school faculty and college and university faculty a very simple question. How well do high schools do in preparing students to go to college? And the response from the high school teachers was that 80%, almost 80%, it was 78%, between 78 and 80%. Almost 80% of high school teachers said that they did either a good or an excellent job of preparing high school students to go to college. The response from college and university faculty was exactly the opposite. Less than 20% thought that high schools did a good job of preparing kids to go to college. Now, regardless of who's right, the basic lesson I take from that survey is we need to talk to each other more. I was a professor of English at UCLA for 30 years, and I worked very closely with the Los Angeles Unified School District, and I was a consultant on the teaching of literature. And one of the things that I was always struck by was how disconnected we were. I remember being in a small seminar with high school honors English teachers, and I asked the question, how many novels do you require students to read in a semester? And the response was going around the table, and some people said 1, some people said 2, some people said they don't read novels, they read stories, they read poems, but they didn't read novels. And then the question was asked of me, how many novels do you typically read in a survey American literature course at UCLA? And I said, we read 1 novel a week. So during a 10-week quarter, we'd read 10 novels. And the teachers, I remember vividly, the teachers were stunned. And they realized how much of a disconnect there was between expectations for their students and expectations for the students that I dealt with. And once again, it's not a question of who's right or who's wrong. It's a question of working together to get the best possible outcomes for our students. Here are some numbers that I worry about all the time. And once again, the only way we're going to bring the numbers up is to work together. We're, I think, 47th among all the states in English SAT scores. We're right around that same number. I think we're a little higher, 45th in math scores on the SAT. According to ACT, and I think ACT now tests more students in Texas than the College Board does. ACT, David Gardner and I met with a representative of ACT the other day. We talked primarily about STEM fields, but I can tell you, for example, according to ACT, only 27% of Texas high school graduates are college ready across the board. And in poor parts of the state, the number is even lower. So we have a long way to go in terms of college readiness, in terms of working together to make sure we get the best possible outcomes for our students. We are way behind other states in the percentage of students that we send to college. We send about 54%, 54% of 8th graders in Texas, because we do these cohort studies, and we look at 8th grade classes and we take them out 11 years. 1 year to finish the 8th grade, 4 years to finish high school, and 6 years to complete a post-secondary credential, 11 years. And the last cohort for which we have data, only about 53 out of 100 8th graders go to college in Texas. Now, interestingly, as you know, a couple of sessions ago when House Bill 5 was passed, there was a lot of discussion about whether we send too many kids to college. That's absurd. The highest achieving states send about 2/3 of their high school graduates to college. We sent 53. So we have a long way to go in terms of expanding the pipeline to make sure that we're producing the number of college completers, whether of a 2-year certificate, an associate's degree, a bachelor's degree, or beyond. We are way behind the leading states, and that's going to have enormous consequences for the state of our economy and the quality of life in Texas. Our attitude is that here at the coordinating board is we want to work with you for kids to fulfill their academic expectations. But we value 2-year, 1-year certificates at a technical college or a community college the same as we value a baccalaureate degree. We're concerned that every student, you heard about this a few moments ago, that every student graduate from an institution of higher education with marketable skills. And we don't care whether they major in engineering, in which marketable skills should be embedded in the curriculum, or major in philosophy. We want students to have marketable skills that they can articulate when they go out for job interviews. And we want Texas to become a national leader, an international leader, in fact, in higher education. We can't do that unless we work together throughout the K through 16 pipeline to improve the educational outcomes for our students. We have a lot of work. We have a lot of work to do in higher education. We only graduate about, at the university level, we only graduate about 60% of students that enroll in our universities. So we're not, I want to make sure you don't think that we're complacent or smug about what we're doing in relation to K through 12. We all have a lot of work to do, and it's incumbent on all of us to work together to come up with better outcomes for our young people and for our state. And with that, thank you very much, and once again, thank you for the work that you do.
With that said, we're going to move into data. And thank you very much, Commissioner. I appreciate it. And Dr. David Gardner is our Deputy Commissioner. He's in the middle. He doesn't speak as much as you today, but he's been very instrumental in putting the 60-30 plan together, so we're excited. Let me turn it over to next piece.
Thank you. Thank you. How are y'all doing today? Thank you for saying something, Lisa. I appreciate that. Everybody else, I like the kids in the back, and then there's this space and the kids in the front. I taught high school, so this looks all very familiar to me. I know I should be walking back there to direct your focus up here. My name is Greg Compton. I am the Associate Director of the Ray Marshall Center. We are an organized research unit out of the LBJ School of Public Affairs at the University of Texas. And I work on the Student Futures Project. Raise your hand if you've ever heard of something called the Student Futures Project. Okay, please look around to the people who raised their hands. Raise your hands and keep them up for a sec. Okay, so the Student Futures Project, you can put your hands down now. Hopefully people actually look to see who you were, particularly if you're in the same district or at the same school. The Student Futures Project, essentially, I'm going to sort of discuss a brief history, et cetera, for this, but the goal is to collect information, actionable information from your students using surveys, and then to follow the students forward using information from the workforce, because we have access to workforce information, as well as into college using National Student Clearinghouse data, which allows us to look at students who even go outside of the state. This project has been going on for a long time. This is the agenda. It sounds really long, but I promise to get you out by 10:15. I know that's the deadline there. So we already sort of talked about some of the background here on what led us to engage in the project as researchers. We really met with a lot of school district personnel as well as counselors around the 2004-2005 period, and we asked questions. What they wanted to know was, where are our students? We know that we graduate them, we can see what's happening, but are they going into the workforce? Are they going into college? And the information that they had was just lacking. They just did not really know the answers to those questions. It seems surprising today that we don't know that, right? There was a lot of stuff that for example, that we've only learned from surveys initially. So initially what we did is we designed a senior survey to sort of ask students questions, because when we went to school districts, we said, well, what share of your students want to go on to college? And they're like, I don't know, 100. Right? That's always the response, right? Or, 50%, and no one really knew. There was no information that was collected. So that's part of the reason we engaged in some of the survey work to answer those pieces of information. So what we do is, at the Ray Marshall Center, we take lots of data and we bring it together to enable us to engage in both developing metrics that you all can follow forward, and looking at students, sort of looking at improvement, both at the high school level, at the district level, on your campus for counselors, and then also individual level data that your counselors can actually access and utilize. So we survey over 10,000 students for a senior year survey. AISD executes their own survey and share the data with us. Round Rock executes their survey and shares data with us. We survey everybody else in the region, 12 ISDs currently. We have access to student historical records, so demographic information collected through PEIMS, test performance data when you choose to give it to us. And we do senior and junior surveys. I'll talk a little bit more about that. We also look at whether students are in National Student Clearinghouse, whether they're actually in college after they leave, and try to follow them forward, and then employment records. So, and I have one piece here where I'll talk about employment outcomes for students who do not go directly into college, so which is a big topic of interest of mine. So So the survey contents differ for each item. Now, we started off with the senior survey. We did that for about 10 years. And there are a lot of metrics that are contained within there, sort of what are your plans for what you plan to do after work, after high school rather. Do you want to work? Do you want to go into the military? And sort of activities that they engaged in and related to going to college. So did they go to, did they complete the FAFSA? Because there was no information about that. And then also sort of asking generally students, you know, how staff at their high school helped them in the process for applying for college and going through the college going process. And the idea behind those items were to provide metrics at your district level, sort of say, how are we doing from year to year to year? And then they go back and they say, did we improve from last year? Well, a lot of the critique that we received over many years from counselors was, well, that's too late. Like those students have left. Now that I get that piece of information, I can't go and target that student and provide help to that student. And that really sort of led us to pilot this last year a junior survey. In the junior survey, the goal for this is to ask very similar types of questions, but also really to get information that the counselor then could use to, if they had individual level information, they could actionably target students related to that. So we asked students, you know, the activities they've engaged in so far, and then also sort of whether that individual might need college aid help or for their financial aid or for college. So that way, the goal for the junior survey is that not only to use it as metrics, but that the individual level data goes back to the counselors, and the counselors then get to access that information and hopefully utilize it effectively. So the idea behind it being you have a whole bunch of students who say they want to go to UT, right? And you know who those students are because we provided it directly to you through the counselor portal. You're able to then say to all those students, you know, we're going to have a UT session. You're going to get them all together. You're going to talk about the top 3 things that they all need to do. Or you're going to have a bunch of students who might have said, I have no idea from the survey. I have no idea how to do this. I know I want to go to college, but I'm lost. I need help on every single step. Here, you can take that student and target. You can say, okay, here, I'll provide this help to you, right? You can find them. You can also cluster students together, provide that individual help. You know, one of the chief concerns, you know, I having taught high school, been in the high school environment, it's hard to provide services to students who are resistant to those, right? You meet with them and they're like, oh, I sort of want to do it. But here with the survey, they sort of give you pre-responses, giving you a sense of, well, how prepared is this student? So you're able to sort of sit down and provide better information to them and better services, hopefully. So here, it's just some of the stuff from the senior survey that we ask. These are just outcomes. What times? No. A lot of students rate their high schools doing really well. 79% of college-going students whose parents were not the most helpful in preparing them for college, because a lot of 42% indicated their high school counselor was the most helpful. Followed by 38% who indicated a teacher or teachers were the most helpful. The work that y'all do is critical to getting, particularly those students who don't have backgrounds or whose parents are not the most helpful person for them getting into college. So, and then of course, of those who received information about financial aid, 44% indicated that school personnel were the most helpful in obtaining that information. That's true even, like I just recently finished my dissertation, and I had to fill out a bunch of FAFSAs, and then when my daughters recently went to college, I had to fill out their FAFSAs. It's only because I was doing it that I knew what to do. It's changed a whole lot since all of us went to college, right? And so I think even for students with financial aid in particular, it's really helpful, even if their parents have had that information, for you all to be able to provide those supports. And then just sort of a general trend slide here. This is the percent of seniors who indicated that they didn't submit a FAFSA, and the reason they didn't do it was because they didn't know about the financial aid process. And you can see here this trend line basically has been declining, and these are for specific groups: first generation, low income, or attends a low income high school. All those trended down. So students are getting the word from you all that it is important to fill out the FAFSA. That's the reason they're not filling it out, isn't because it's a surprise. Right? We can get that to be lower, I'm sure, but that's the goal. And then junior survey. So these are some of the junior survey questions we asked. So more than half had said they'd already met with a school counselor, college advisor, or project advance advisor about college in their junior year. That sounds great, right? They could probably be higher. 34% of respondents indicated they plan to pay for college using loans. That's sort of low because a lot of students have to use loans to pay. Even if you work full-time like I did, I still used loans. Now I will be paying them. And more than 70% of respondents indicated that they would be interested in learning more about state financial aid, so just the TAFSA and information related to that. So junior survey, one of the things we also did on the junior survey, and I apologize, these slides are a little, we ask everybody sort of their primary career interests, and with the junior survey, we did this 2 ways. We sort of asked them just to rank their top 3 choices for where they would like to go. The reason I wanted to point this out was because, we often think, when we survey seniors on this question, we often think that, okay, well, 16% of students indicate that a STEM career STEM career interest is what they want to do. 16% is not a very high number, right? But when you think of the first, second, or third choice, that goes more than a third of students say that they're interested in doing that. And we all have, we're all supposed to have plans and backup plans. That's part of the reason you meet with your counselor. You're like, don't just apply to that one college, apply to this college. See, have options for yourself. So it's sort of embedding that thought process. One of the nice things that happens with the surveys allows us to sort of, because we get individual level information on students, they tell us what college they intend to go to, we're able to integrate it into the sort of texting and the intervention process with those students. And so this is something we've been doing for the last couple of years for the Summer Melt. How many people here, raise your hand if you know what Summer Melt is? That's terrific. For those of you who don't know, Summer Melt is, it provides counseling support to students after they graduate high school during the summer months. It engages, the version that we use here, engages both counselor outreach, but then also texting interventions where students get automatic text reminders about deadlines and things that they need to do over the summer so that way they sort of are nudged into that college application process. A lot of students, particularly first generation and low income students, encounter barriers over the summer that they don't know how to deal with, and without a counselor there to provide support, they really don't know what to do with that. And that can include something like a housing application fee of $25, right? That can prevent a kid from going to college. And so that's part of the reason for that, to provide the support so that the students can go on. And with the junior survey, we're integrating that into the counselor portal. And I sort of discussed already about that, sort of readily identifying students in need of supports, identify topics that students need help on, and providing college of choice, so allowing you to sort of group students together. So, what time? All right. Now I'm going to talk about researchy stuff. Did that sound researchy enough for y'all? So Drew, a moment ago, put up a slide that is like that slide is lasted, it's a really effective slide. I'm going to try to explain it. We were approached some years ago by the Chamber of Commerce, and Drew, who is amazing, knows always the right question to ask, but not how to get the answer necessarily, said, well, if you were to tell me what are the 5 things I need to tell school district personnel to do, or what could be the most helpful things for them to engage in, what type of activities? And that's actually an incredibly, methodologically, very difficult question. So this is I'm going to talk about estimating the effects of activities, sort of, I have 10 minutes for this. God, you guys are trapped. You can't even leave. This is great. Sorry. So what I'm going to do right now is I want you to sort of look. We've got a couple down here at the base. We have these sort of extracurricular activities. These are sort of submitting a FAFSA. This was collected from survey, meeting with a counselor about college, participating in a college fair, planning to pay for college using loans, taking an SAT prep course, and considering financial aid process easy or very easy. And this right here at the time was sort of the average over a couple of years of the share of students that indicated that these were true, that they did these things in that time. And so what we wanted to do was and these right here, how we chose these, there's a long process where we ended up choosing those. And it was not political, it was methodological. So then what we wanted to do is we wanted to think, well, let's not think about the students that did it. Let's think about the students that did not engage in those activities. And then let's do something, because we've created a model. I sort of told you all about the data we have. We have all this crazy data from students, test scores, their transcripts, et cetera. And let's account for all of that, and let's basically force, one by one, what happens if we made, in the model, every one of these students do this activity? What kind of effect might we see, right? So this is terrific. It's called Marginal Adjusted Predicted Effects. Feel free to go and and work on that. I used routines and Stata for it. It was actually super fun. Basically, it says if you kept all other variables at their actual values, what change would you expect to see in post-secondary enrollment? All right, so first, give a guess. If you changed one thing, what do you think the change would be? If I made every student in the model complete the FAFSA, what do you think, how much would that change direct college enrollment, like the change figure? What do you think? I have 30%, it'd go up, right? Like 10%, right? Right. So when you do it individually, it's actually quite low. 1%, 2%. It can get high for some groups, first-generation students, more likely to see benefit 4%, right? So these predictions for when you do this on each one, they're not very high. 1, 2%, sometimes almost no percent, right? And so we do this with each one of these things. And really the key point here being, it's not just any one thing, right? Having a student do one thing isn't enough. It's not, we tend to think, oh, there will be this one thing that we'll do, and then the student will complete that, and then it will all be hunky-dory for them there on out. Well, that's actually not the case. There's a lot of other stuff that's going on. So that's what this slide is discussing. So this slide basically looks at each of those things. So before I was looking at, so let's just look at the overall figure here, so I can sort of give, that's the top one right here. Basically, what we've done is I've said, well, one by one, I've added each one of these, made students do all of those 6 activities. And that's this sort of cumulative effect over here, right? And I'll talk about that in a sec. But here, when you look at this baseline enrollment, this is the overall rate. In other words, what this says is that all of the other things in the model, all of the other things that the student does, the classes they take, the teacher influence, all of those things, whether their parents went to college, all of those things here are sort of tied into this baseline enrollment. And this is the cumulative effect of doing just those extracurricular activities. Now that's actually pretty powerful, because here we're talking like almost 10%, 10% increase in direct college enrollment rate for engaging all those activities, right? So that's important. What we then did is, after doing this overall, we said, well, let's redo everything again, only we limit the sample to look at specific groups of students. Right? So all of these, all that work I showed you before, I did it all over for everybody else here. And then we look at Hispanic students, low-income students, first-generation students. First, for these groups right here, you'll note that their baseline enrollment rates are lower for all of those other things. But they're much more likely, if they engage in all those activities, see a much larger effect from doing those things, right? It's not that they're incapable of transitioning onto college. It's that those tasks that you do every single day, or in the process of enrolling, are tremendously helpful. And being guided through all those processes is actually also incredibly helpful. It reminds me, like, whenever you go to do anything, when I was going through, and I still have to submit some paperwork for the PhD, and I was at UT's office, and I'm talking to somebody, and he's going through all of these. Well, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do this. And I went, this is the first time I've ever done this, so I don't know why I would know that I need to do that, right? Same thing for these kids, right? And that's true. How many, like, you go to the DMV, how many times do we renew our driver's license? Like a couple of times every 10 years. So you go in, you're confused because you don't do it a lot. These kids are that confused. They just don't know this process. Then we also did this. We broke it down here by the top quartile of graduation rank down to the last quartile of graduation rank, and we sort of looked at that as well. And so these items down here, sort of speaking, completing the FAFSA, when this came up, this is one of the efforts from the chamber and from the region has been to try and get individual level actual FAFSA data, which you all have accessed, hopefully, when you work with students in the spring. And essentially that allows you to say, did this student complete the FAFSA? Can I tell the student, now you need to complete it because you haven't completed it? Because if you meet with a student, they say they did it, and then you go and you look on the administrative records, and if the administrative records are right, sometimes they just answered that and they didn't know that there was an extra button click or something like this. So it allows you to really access that. So completing the FAFSA, a lot of financial aid pieces, applying for college using loans, considering financial aid easy, SAT, prep course, and of course meeting with a counselor about college, an incredibly important thing. You all know that. We also know that if this is actual data, if you complete the FAFSA, you're much more likely to enroll, right? So if you complete the FAFSA overall, around 80% of people who complete the FAFSA actually end up enrolling. And if you don't complete the FAFSA, that rate is much, much lower. and it's different for different groups. Drew's already shown you this slide, so we have sort of a national and state comparison. We're flat around 61%. One of the things I also wanted to show was to talk about the importance of going to college, right? I hear from a lot of people that, that it is just as valid to not go on to college if you've got a plan for yourself, right? And I'm not saying that that's not true for some students, but what I want to do is, as researchers, I want to see, well, sort of, let's look at students who didn't go to college and what type of earnings did they have the following year? Like, they're supposed to be working full-time, right, hypothetically? So it turns out that if you don't go on to college, which is about 40% of the region, out of the group, half of them are not found in any employment records. So if they're working, they're not working in the formal economy. And so this is just for those that are working. And when they are working, you can see that I did sort of a calculation. It's like, well, what would their earnings? This is for Central Texas kids. What are their earnings? 52% at poverty or below per federal guidelines. That's terrible. That's a terrible outcome. And then up to 2 times poverty, 40%. There's this light green sliver here where they make below a living wage, because we all know Austin is super expensive to live in. Even in the region, it's super expensive to live in, not just central Austin. And then here, 5% earned above a living wage, right? And guess what? That 5%, the median earnings for those, the middle earnings, $28,751. So that's like the best of, that's like the median of the best of the best. That's not like saying, hey, these kids are going on to being super successful. So even in this group, which are at least making enough to potentially live. So, and then we look over time, and we know that for every graduating cohort, when we do the same analysis, we get the same type of thing. So it's not just like a 1 year, it was a bad economy that year. So. Another thing, just sort of to give you a sense of military enrollment, this is another outcome that we often hear about. There is one way to access administrative data. It is through this system called FEDES. If you are like the cousin of the person that can give me access to that, that's why I mentioned that, please. Other than that, the only way we can access this information is to sort of look at students and have them answer the question on the survey, do you plan to enlist in the military? On the survey, those that do say that that's what they intend to do immediately after they leave high school, we look at that and we see sort of, it varies by high school. These are all the different high schools. It varies greatly as high as being almost 10%, maybe 6% for some. And then what we did is we took that information, we took just those students, and then I went through the records and saw, did I find them enrolled in college? Did I find them working through the UI wage records, unemployment insurance wage records? And actually we find like about half of those kids as not being in the military. And this is, proxy. I'm just sort of getting a sense here of the limits to the data. I would like to know accurately what this number is. But the reason I bring this up is because you hear from occasionally administrators and staff at schools, oh, well, the kids that you aren't finding, they're all going into the military. That's just not the case. It's maybe true at some schools, right? But it's just not, in general, the case for the region. So I did not leave a lot of time for questions. I'm sorry. Are there questions, though, that you would like to ask me?
We have time.
Thank you. Thank you, Charlotte. Do you have any questions? Yes.
Do you ever work with?
That's an excellent question. We do not have access to, my understanding is that the electronic records for TASFA are non-existent, not available. I've asked numerous times. I would love to have access to that data because we really want to know everything about students. And we want to know how best to provide services. So if half your students are filling out the TASFA and that's what they need, we need to know that in terms of planning and prep. Good question. Other questions? Don't be shy. I taught high school. I've had kids throw paper at me.
I was confused between on using loans?
That's a good question.
Other part, then I'll give you an example. A private school, and I'm not Baylor, which may cost a certain amount of money. May not get that money back for what you pay necessarily. So what we're trying to do is make sure people make good.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. I think that it's mostly an indicator from the students that they've thought about college, like how will I pay for college? They're aware that there is a cost that is not just that you can write a check for it. So that's more, it's more of an indicator. That's a survey response. Also, we're not measuring here the amount of debt that an individual is taking on. I'm sure that would change some of the analysis that we're doing. So sort of an indicator of the knowledge for the student in terms of going on. Did that answer your question? To the best of my ability? Okay.
Of the amount of students who are already going to be, I'd like to know, looking at why, because that's who we need to help. Not increase. We're actually doing these, you know, have high percentage of Apply Texas, high percentage of FAFSA. Are they matriculating? Not why.
Yes. So that is a separate analysis that I don't have ready in my pocket. I wish I did. Yes. My sense, though, is that generally they are. I mean, that there's that. I think that one of the things that, you know, part of the reason that I'm eager to really loop the junior survey back into counselors' hands is that it sort of gives you a way to sort of track that person all the way through from that entering their senior year all the way through to see sort of what levers have occurred. I think that the difficulty with the analysis that you're describing is sort of you end up looking at sort of a cohort base, like all of the students together, whereas it's really those, I personally believe it's those little steps where they met with the counselor and the counselor happens to say this, and having sort of that longitudinal record of each individual student in a data set, which is what I really want, would allow us to really more effectively answer that. I don't think that it's illogical to believe what we believe, and I would love to engage in research to determine that. Does that answer your question? Sort of-ish? I mean, I wish I had it in my pie. But I mean, I do think that, you know, I will say, you know, in terms of incentivizing, when we talk about the flat rates here, right, and you hear about this, for this, even though we've had this flat rate, over the same time period, we've had an incredible increase in the number and share of students who are low income, the number and share of students who are first generation. So if I were to go back and look at sort of do an adjusted percentage rate for what our rate, if we were using, say, the 62% at what the population was like in 2007 in their direct college enrollment rates, and I were to say, well, let's use those same figures, but now let's account for the fact that we've got a lot more of low-income individuals, a lot more individuals who are first generation, it would be below the 51%. And so I would say that sort of is the evidence that those students who need that help are getting sort of effectively targeted. We've seen the rate increase for students, it was something like 39%, now it's 45% for low-income students who actually transition into college. So you're right when you think about targeting students, because students who are not low-income tend to go at a rate of like 70%, and it's pretty steady. But those are the students that really need that help. Is that better? There we go. Okay. Yes.
And I went and looked at the right for
I'm
my
really nervous.
great. When I went and looked at, because I've been at this high school at Aikens for, this is my 6th year, and it's kind of been my mission to figure out how to move the numbers. And for everything that we're doing, which, you know, with the senior class on average of about 550 every year, you know, we're at around 70% every year of FAFSA completion rates. If you throw in TASFA, it's higher than that. I mean, we're talking about all of these things, and we're doing it. Like, I feel like our campus is very engaged and supportive. But when you look at the senior exit survey, close to, well, last year, 25% of our seniors would have been the first in their family to have even graduated from high school. 35% of them would have come from families where, you know, only one parent, you know, maybe graduated from high school. So you're looking like 60% of our kids are going to be first-gen kids, first-gen students. It's like we're doing all of these things, and they make, you know, like, we're getting everybody to apply. We're getting everybody to do the FAFSA. Now this year it's TSI, like that's our focus. And I think, you know, and like the summer melt, it helps. But when I go look at the numbers, and again, it's like you're saying, there's not a study there. The kids I'm looking at right now on you know, who matriculated, you know, 4 years ago, our direct to college rate is like totally flat. And so again, I mean, there's not data there, but I'm in the same boat as Tara. Like, what I want to know is, I mean, we're talking about changing a culture. And that doesn't just happen with like these, in my personal opinion, these little steps. They all help, like what you're saying, like cumulatively, clearly, they make an impact. But what we're talking about is literally changing a culture. And for me, that's in South Austin, where when you want to talk about, you know, our families are being displaced because of the cost of living. And if our students don't have some kind of higher ed, they will be the ones below the poverty line. Like, I want to get behind this, but, and we'll continue to do all of that on the campus level. But I feel like as a community in Central Texas, there's got to be more than that, because we're talking about changing a culture. And that, I think, is what Tara is getting at, is that for that population of students, that they're, you know, they don't have a parent or an uncle or a brother who's gone through it, and they're right on the edge. They've done the work in school, but it takes, you know, I won't go into all the anecdotal. I think that that's what Tara's getting at. And that's something that the staff here, like, we just keep reiterating it every time, is like, we will continue to do this, but how are we engaging the community when you're asking, because you're literally asking us to change a culture.
That's a very, yeah, no. That's a very legitimate question. Definitely sense among a lot of folks, as well as yourself, sort of, that you are climbing up a hill that is getting ever steeper. And I think that, you know, when you say the rate is flat, essentially the rate is flat, but if you were to look at those populations of students, first generation, low income, that their rates would have gone up over that same time frame. But their rate is so low, and they compose such a large section of your population. I think that the messages that I want to relay is that is going to be measured. As a social scientist, right, it is easy to develop a metric and a process, and then to continuously measure that metric, and then to use that metric, right? And so that's why I focus on those things here. The goal is at your school, and hopefully from the school and into the wider community, that these metrics that are developed sort of get a sense of where it goes on, builds in time to a sense of, oh, this school has a college-going culture. That's one of the reasons we want to be here, right? And that it sort of builds out from there. I think that unfortunately, and I couldn't agree more. I mean, if you are in a community and your parents didn't go to college, it's not going to be the first thing you think. Your parents may resist you going to college. That there's evidence that students are like, oh, my parents don't want me to go. So the goal with sort of the metrics that we engage here is to provide all the tools that we can to you, because I feel like for counseling, you don't necessarily have those tools, right? It's you meet with a student in their senior year, and you go through the same set of questions each time, and the student changes their mind, and you aren't aware of it, then you meet with them again, and it's also difficult to know who is it exactly that needs help. You can identify students by some demographics you may have for them, but there may be are completely capable. Parents went and they're just clueless, right? So the goal here is to really provide the metric, the tools for y'all to use, and then the metrics that sort of build, hopefully, upon to develop that culture, right? And I agree that it is that overwhelming cultural sense that when you go into a community in a school, you're like, oh, we're all going to go on. This is just how it is, right? But it's much more difficult than that. I mean, the share of students that said they wanted to go on, they would be fairly high, right? And that's at least the beginning part of that. Does that answer? I mean, I can't answer that question.
Hey, Greg.
Yeah.
So you're in the middle of the culture shift right now. This is it. It's not the end. This you're right in the middle where you at least know that the numbers. She shouted out all her numbers. She was like, we know this is 30, 60, 40. And you shouted them. People might not have known that 10 years ago. But you're right in the middle of it. It doesn't happen overnight. It's not. This is just, we're right in the beginning of it. I mean, you all have just witnessed a culture shift on cell phones with kids. It's right now. They can't function without their cell phone. And it happened right in front of us because we didn't have them, right? And you see how long it's taken for the cell phone company to shift the whole culture of kids, and then that's how long it takes. So for us, it's right now. One reason we have that plan is to set those goals. So now all of us do this, and we do this at every place in the state of Texas. And then you do it, and then third grade teachers are talking about it, and kindergarten teachers. And you may never convince a family that college is important. You may not. But you might convince the kid it is.
Sorry, but some of you are too young to remember this, but in 2000 when we set closing the gaps, we've always been very accurate in predicting enrollments for colleges and universities. If we didn't change anything, even with the changing demographics, we anticipated we would have 210,000 more students enrolled in higher education than we did in 2000 by this year. This year we have 614,000 more students enrolled. 614,000 more. We have doubled the number of Hispanics, and on top of that, Raymond was talking earlier about preparation. Students aren't where they should be, but we far exceeded our goal in terms of graduates. So you are making a difference. And you're right about the cultural change, but I'm just saying this because you have to realize, as was said, it feels like the grade is getting even higher. All the data we had in 2000, with an increase in economically disadvantaged students first time in college, we would have predicted our graduates down. Even though we're only graduating 60% of our students from universities in 6 years, it was 45% then. So I'm just saying this as something to encourage you as you're going up. You're actually making it, every foot you step up is making a difference. And everybody here is doing it, and the research like we're hearing about today makes a difference. So don't be discouraged. And I only say this because I know I have to be encouraged regularly. And when I talked, thank goodness that one student would come occasionally and say, hey, this was good, because I would always be about to quit.
Greg?
Yes.
Okay. And then we'll close out, not because we don't want to hear more questions, but because other people have places to go and we have an agenda, so I'm the bad guy.
I want to add something to what you said back there. I agree with you, and what we're doing can't be done in isolation. The importance of, as was mentioned before, of rigorous academics, opportunities, and access to rigorous academics has got to go hand in hand, and that's elementary and middle school, pre-K, elementary and middle. So to think at high school that we can continue to do these things, these are great tools they've given us, but in isolation without pairing with movements and momentum shifts in those areas, we're not going to make an impact. So I just go back and I think, you know, the testing movement, right? When we look at, let's say, weighing a pig. If you keep weighing a pig, it doesn't get any heavier. We keep testing a kid, they're not going to get any smarter or do any better without that background piece to that. So, I hear what you're saying. And when I look in our district in Leander ISD, we have 5 very different high schools, from more diverse to less diverse. And with that, those same challenges, we can do some of those same things in all 5 of those high schools with very different outcomes, and we have got to continue to provide access and opportunity to rigorous academics, but even partner now down, and we're doing a better job reaching out to our middle school people. We're reaching out as high school people to them because they don't know what our world looks like, but encouraging to get those kids, planting the seeds on the right tracks to take more challenging, rigorous opportunities. But what's the end in mind? What's that end goal with that? So I hear you, and if you're not partnered with that other side of the house, the instructional side, it's hard to make a shift in a district.
Thank you all for your comments, and I just want to give one quick note up here, if they'll put this on the screen as well, if you guys want. This is my contact information. We do execute the junior and the senior surveys. If you are interested, if you want to look at those surveys, you can go to the website for the Ray Marshall Center or the Centex Student Futures Project. You can look those things up. You can find out what those questions are. But if you feel like there are questions that are not added that you would like to be added, if there are things you would like to know, particularly it can't be this year's, it can't be the current year's seniors, but next year's seniors, that you would like the junior survey to ask. You're like, oh, I really wish every student had this piece of information. We did a focus group when I created that survey, but I'm always open to adding additional questions, to researching additional questions to see what can be helpful to you all. The purpose of the work is to sort of provide help to you. So feel free to send me questions, comments, anything. I'll take anything, really. Thank you.
A suggestion has been made. Can we get your PowerPoint out to folks that are here?
Sure.
Okay.
Done.
Okay, done. All right, good. And
Thank you.
Thank you all for putting up with our time. We're over our time. What we're going to do is we're going to have maybe a 10-minute break. If we think we can break, can we all break? Promise? Yes, well, a 10-minute break. And then we'll come back in here. If you need to go back to your campus, back to your district, we certainly understand. Thank you for coming this morning. Thank you. We're going to start in about 3 minutes, so I'm going to go outside and start pulling people in, so that we can be done by lunch. Okay, are we all back from our break? The next person on the agenda is Sophia Rodriguez from the Coordinating Board. She's going to talk to you a little bit more. Okay, I'm not going to talk over people, so I'm going to do my PBS thing, and I'm going to stand here a minute. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, Sophia is next, and she's from the Coordinating Board, and she's going to talk to you some more about the 60/30 and the state aid piece. So you can either sit where you're sitting, or if you so feel moved to move to the front, that's certainly up to you. We want you to be comfortable today. And lunch,
we're going to serve that outside at those tables where you did your sign-in. So when the lunch gets here, Andy is going to give us the high sign, and we'll let her finish, and then we'll have lunch, okay? Thank you very much for staying with us.
Hello, is this on? Yes, everyone can hear me? Okay, wonderful. My name is Sofia Rodriguez. I'm a program specialist here at the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board in the Office of Student Financial Aid Programs. And I'm just going to do a brief overview of student financial aid, primarily state financial aid, so that hopefully you can take away some new information and possible changes that you should be aware of. I did want to say, first and foremost, that I know that you have a great impact. I have a family friend who has a daughter. She's one of 13, second youngest. She graduated from Conley High School 2 years ago. And if her mother would have had her way, she would just be going to work and to church. So she's a second-year student at the University of Houston, Victoria. And she credits all of it to her counselor. So if it wasn't for the counselor that she had, she wouldn't be in college. All right, so this will be a general overview of state financial aid, eligibility requirements, and then I'll give you some resources, and of course I'll answer any questions that you guys may have. I know that most people, when they think of financial aid, they only think of free money, right? So there's 4 different types of financial aid. There's the free money that you don't have to pay back, which is grants, scholarship, and work study, which you technically worked for, but it is financial aid. There are educational loans, exemption programs, and waiver programs. I like this pie chart because it serves as a visual aid. If you look there on the pie chart, you can see that the yellow is state aid. So it's actually the smallest slice. And what that gives you is a perspective of how little funding is truly available. We get calls from students all the time. Oh, I'm a Texas grant eligible, how come I didn't receive it? You know, just because you meet all the eligibility requirements doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to receive the aid. And that's important to keep in mind at all times. So one of the ways that we control this funding, limited funding, is by having a priority award deadline. Are you all familiar that March 15 is the state priority award deadline? That means students are given priority to funding if they fill out their FAFSA or TASFA prior to that date. And there has been a lot of talk about the prior, PPY. So this is one thing that you might want to look out for. Starting the academic year, 2017-18, which is just really around the corner, the FAFSA cycle will begin next year in October 16. And the students' EFC will be based on their prior tax year. So I put an example just so people can kind of wrap their mind around it. A student graduates from high school in the spring and plans on enrolling in college in 2017. So that means they would have already filled out their FAFSA this upcoming October 2016. And that FAFSA would have had information from the prior 2015 taxes. So that's why we call it prior. They're enrolling in 2017, but the tax information that's used to determine their need is prior year, 2015. So let's go into some state aid programs. The most, famous state aid program is definitely Texas Grant, right? It has $350 million in it a year or more. So it's our largest program that we contribute funds to. There are new initial year pathways for Texas Grant. It used to be that you could only get Texas Grant if you graduated from high school to enroll in college within 16 months of graduation, or received an associate's degree and enrolled in college within 12 months of that associate's degree. But now there are other pathways to receiving a Texas Grant. First, you have to remember that now Texas Grant is really only available for initial students at 4-year institutions, what we call GADIs. It is no longer available at 2-year community colleges or technical schools. So this is only for the students who are pursuing a bachelor's degree. And they could, again, receive it right out of high school, after they've earned an associate's degree, or if they choose to enlist in the military, they can come back and enroll in college and be considered eligible almost as if they just graduated high school. So they don't lose their place in line if they choose to go to the military. Also, they have the ability to transfer in from a junior college if they were eligible for a Texas Education Opportunity Grant. So the Texas Education Opportunity Grant is probably the second largest state-funded program for public colleges. Texas Grant is only for public colleges. Every once in a while, we get counselors, parents, students calling about Texas Grant at, St. Ed's. And it's not available at St. Ed's. It's only available at a public institution. You have a question?
The advanced academic program,
Mm-hmm.
is the new graduation plan going to be integrated into that?
Yeah, you still have to meet the criteria of a recommended, what is the equivalent of recommended in the new graduation program. So there are endorsements that meet that criteria, and so they would be the equivalent endorsement. Does that answer your question? So everyone heard his question is how the new graduation plan is going, how it fits into the priority award model is what you were asking, correct? So
Current now, if we have a student on the new graduation plan.
Right, so I think, let me just point out that,
Everyone for 2 years from now?
right, I think that what everyone needs to consider is that when you're looking at the table to, I guess, the right of this or the left of it, it is referencing the priority award model. So outside of giving priority to students who complete their FAFSA early, there is priority to the students who have met these academic criteria. They have to meet 2 out of the 4. And the academic criteria for the advanced, you were asking for, were you asking for the Distinguished Achievement Program?
If I'm reading that correctly, it says you have to be DAP or you have to be an IB diploma graduate.
Right, so this Distinguished Achievement Program, it's equivalent. So whatever requirements are necessary, for example, for math, that would be what's necessary for them to meet that criteria and be eligible for that criteria on the priority award model. Does that answer your question? Even though there are different pathways, and if they just graduate, the foundation pathway, they still can be considered eligible. They just wouldn't be considered part of the priority award model.
Well, the thing is, though, the graduation plans have completely changed. So what
Right.
was distinguished before is not what it is with the foundation plan.
Correct, but it would still mean, it's equivalent. And it's likely that we'll have to maybe change the wording so that it is updated, but this wording is in statute and in rule. So it would be, so we have to take what's in statute, what's in rule, right? And then translate it to what's now. And so it would be its equivalent. Whatever that Distinguished Achievement Program required, then that is what we would require from a foundation student with endorsement.
Advanced measures has gone away. 3 years of LOTE has gone away. So they're not equivalent in some aspects. Like they still do the 4 years of English, science, math, and history. But the other things that made it distinguished for our kids now that are juniors and seniors, it's no longer that same graduation plan. So it's the scope has changed for a distinguished graduation plan. And I think that's where the confusion comes from, because it's not the same anymore.
And the wording is not the same.
No,
The title's not even the same.
So that's where I think because we're actually shifting kids from the distinguished
Sure.
recommended to the foundation plan
Right
now.
Yes.
And so they're
You're worried that they're losing some of this opportunity?
Well, yeah, because they're graduating distinguished, but they don't have the advanced measures. They don't have 3 years of LOTE. They don't have certain things that are in place right now.
Okay.
Our current recommended and distinguished academic plan.
Got
So
it.
that's where the confusion is.
What we can do is we'll go back and review the rules and make them, as we always do, when new laws change, we have to update it with the current language.
Sure. And we haven't seen a graduating class yet on the new foundation.
That's
but
right.
we are shifting kids now.
Sure, so you're,
Not very many though.
Not yet, but I mean, it is happening.
So just so everyone online can hear, it's really what the concern is that you are shifting kids into this new foundation program and you feel like you're not setting them up for success, basically, because it doesn't meet the criteria that used to be available in the Distinguished Achievement Program.
Essentially.
Yes, so it's likely that our rule, was based off previous graduation plans, and as your graduation plans for your freshmen change, then so will our rule have to adapt to meet that criteria or have the correct wording. So that, any other questions?
So is this for the current seniors?
This would be for the current seniors.
So the current seniors still not in
No,
DAP?
is valid.
Could still be in the DAP?
Correct.
Can you repeat, help me with
Yes, so her question was, I'm sorry, I should probably pass it back to her. Her question here? Okay. That was weird. Can you hear me? Okay, her question was, is this a concern now for graduating classes now? And the answer is no, because graduating students, from what I'm hearing, can still graduate Distinguished Achievement. And so they can still meet that criteria for now, for the students who will be graduating this year, going into college next year. Yes?
My salutatorian last year graduated on the new graduation plan.
So it's closing the gap between. If you've, my understanding, if you've got kids graduating on the HB5 graduation plans, they're not going to meet the criteria that the DAP has here.
Meet two other criteria. Yeah.
Okay. That's too much to keep track of.
Yeah. Just so you know, you have to meet 2 out of the 4, so it's likely that your salutatorian would have also probably met the B average and top third of the class. Yeah, CC and TSI. So it's not you don't have to meet all 4, you have to meet 2 of 4. And if you look at it, there's actually options within those 4 that make it almost 2 of 9. So if that answers your question. This is for Texas Grant, and this would give them priority award or priority to the funding if they meet this criteria and also submit their FAFSA or TASFA prior to March 15th.
I was just gonna ask, how do you guys determine TSI readiness? How is that determined? I mean, the school obviously is looking at that when they are onboarding this, but.
Oh, you're gonna get a mic.
How do you determine TSI readiness? Because since the student can qualify via SAT, ACT, TSI, so if like at my school, a lot of my students aren't going to meet that TSI threshold until the end of their senior year. And for them to qualify for this grant, they need to have all of that stuff probably in by March 15th.
Okay.
Am I right? How do they determine
Okay,
that?
so that's actually a really good question, and that is important to remember when you're talking to your students for them to stay on track. As a matter of fact, they can be considered eligible based on the track that they're on. If they happen not to complete that track, then they could potentially lose the eligibility to their grant. So if you're working with a student and then you see they come back and they're like, oh my gosh, I got this award letter from Texas State, and they said I can get Texas Grant, I'm gonna get $5,000. If they drop a class, if they drop out of a math, or they get, it's my senior year, I just wanna take it easy because then I'm gonna go to college, and they can lose that eligibility if it was based on the track that they were on. So I think that may help answer your question as far as how colleges are handling that.
And also for TSI, there are a number of different ways, as you probably know, to be exempt also. Now you have the new college prep course that your districts worked with colleges to make the college prep course. Certain scores on STAR, certain scores on the SAT, ACT, as well as TSI, which some districts are offering themselves. Then you have other exemptions. There's probably, 9 exemptions to TSI to be able to be TSI eligible.
Any other questions? Good. I'm just kidding. All right, Texas Education Opportunity Grant. This is the grant I previously spoke about as a transfer opportunity into the Texas grant once a student chooses to pursue a bachelor's degree. The Texas Education Opportunity Grant is actually offered only at community college and technical schools. What's really great about the Texas Education Opportunity Grant is it's really for non-traditional students. There really is no high school requirement to receive a Texas Education Opportunity Grant. If you enroll and you have need, you can receive this aid. And for both Texas Grant and Texas Education Opportunity Grant, TEOG, if the student meets the academic criteria for a continuation award, the student is eligible for Texas Grant for up to 5 years and for TEOG for up to 4 years. So it is almost like an entitlement. If they meet the criteria, they can continue to receive the award. That's important because when they do get a Texas grant, it is $5,000. You can get excited for them because it really is like $20,000 or $25,000. The Texas Education Opportunity Grant, as far as initials, students' eligibility, as long as they have not already completed 30 college credit hours, and that doesn't include dual credit. This is college credit hours after graduation, then they can be considered. So if you have a friend's, kid who didn't get TOG, you leave this training, you're like, why didn't you get TOG at, Austin Community College? If he's already, gone in and gone back and accumulated 30 semester credit hours, he wouldn't be considered an eligible recipient. Texas Education Equalization Grant is only offered at private institutions. This is the one that can go to St. Edwards or Baylor. It's not that much money, though. It is our grant to private schools. So there is state aid at private schools. The one thing to remember with the Texas Equalization Grant is that even if they do have, high academic standing within college, they're not necessarily guaranteed the grant. If they receive it 1 year, they may not receive it for the continuing year. It's up to the school to determine. So where Texas Grant, if they receive it 1 year and they meet the academic criteria, then they can continue to receive it for up to 5 years. But with Texas Equalization Grant, what's nice about it is they can actually receive it for a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, a doctorate, a law degree. They can just keep going through their education and continually receive it as long as they have need, and as long as the school wants to give it to them. Texas College Work Study. What's great about Texas College Work Study is that it is available for DACA students, Deferred Action students. That example of the young lady who is at Houston, the University of Houston, Victoria, she is getting Texas Grant and Texas College Work Study because she's a DACA student and is not eligible for federal aid and/or loans. So her two opportunities to receive aid is only state aid. And Texas College Work Study has been a godsend for her because, it gives her an opportunity to work where she didn't really have that role model of actually getting a paycheck and working and, at a college, at a bookstore. It's remarkable. So it's important for those students who are, you have this information, you have this knowledge, and you know that state aid is available for them, not just Texas Grant, also Texas College Work Study. Top 10% scholarship. So top 10% scholarship is actually, I am the program specialist for it, and it is going away. The legislature has decided only to award funding for renewal recipients. That means unless you previously received the award in a college, you're not going to receive it this year. Is anybody sad about the top 10% scholarship going away? I am. Oh, see, it was a good program, but it is no longer available, and that's important because a lot of people seem to think that it's still available for, graduating seniors. My kid graduated in the top 10%. I heard somewhere through the grapevine there's a scholarship for that. It's no longer there. Exemptions and waivers. There are a lot of exemptions and waivers that students could be potentially eligible for, and it is great that the state of Texas even considers doing this, Because if you're eligible for an exemption or waiver, depending on it, you can actually be potentially receiving the full cost of your, or having the full cost of your tuition waived. Or you could be exempt from the full cost of tuition. Are you guys all familiar with the Hazelwood? Okay, Hazelwood is an exemption available to veterans and the children of veterans. Something to consider. Also, the foster child exemption. Are you all familiar with that one? I think that one needs to be brought up. Sometimes, students don't mention or don't know that they were part of, Child Protective Services maybe sometime when they were babies. But if they have been a ward of the court, then they may be eligible for the foster care exception, which would mean that they could go to any public institution and not have to pay the cost of tuition. So I think it's just important to mention, you just may never know. Okay. Correct. And if you have if you need further information, so the question was, was they have to be a ward of the court and they need documentation. That is correct. And you can call like your local college admissions office. They're the ones required to look at that documentation, certify that documentation to determine the eligibility. It's in rule here, but we do not determine eligibility for exemptions or waivers. It's all done at either the school's admissions office or they have a dedicated office for this task. Okay, Texas loan programs. I know a lot of people hear loans and they're like, no. I was on my driving home from work listening KUT, and they were interviewing a student who got a master's degree who literally said, I didn't consider any of the consequences for all the debt that I took on. But I knew that was the only aid I was eligible for. So at least in her mind, even though she didn't consider the consequences and they were talking about the consequences, she knew it was aid. And it really truly is. It's an investment on our end into the student's future. And we have 2 loan programs, technically only 1 now. We had the Be On Time loan program, which was if you received the loan program, you could have it forgiven. But that loan program is no longer available for initial students. It's only available for renewal. So the funding is no longer going to be available for students. So keep that in mind. If you have students whose older siblings may have received Be On Time and they were pretty much banking on it, it's not available any longer. What is available, though, is the Cal loan. And what's nice about the Cal loan is that its rate is actually lower than the federal loans. And also that it's available up to need. So if you have a student, and it's not like we're recommending this, but if you have a student who is, really wanting to go to Baylor, hopefully not to be a teacher, but, and it's $50,000 a year cost of attendance. Technically, if there's a need, the difference can be borrowed, I believe, up to $60,000. So it's a very flexible loan. So if you have students that need it, rather than potentially getting a parent loan or maybe even a home equity loan, this is just an option that they should be aware of. The best thing you can do is provide information, right? Educate them, let them make a good decision, an educated decision. So this is information that's valuable to everybody. Yes? No. She asked if this is available for DACA students, deferred action students, if the co-signer has a Social Security. Right. But it's not available to what state aid is available to HB 1403 students who are students who don't have a Social Security but are considered Texas residents. Loans, they still need to be citizens. They need to be able to guarantee the note. So there is some sense of, I have a Social Security number, I can do this, but it's only a temporary work permit so far. Any other questions?
Have a favorable credit rating?
To be eligible, a student does need to have a favorable credit rating, but the credit rating score has gone down to, Deshay, do you know? 620, 580? It's pretty low. We can check on that, but Right. And it has been a lot more flexible these upcoming years. So you can, favorable is, what do you consider favorable? Do you consider favorable 700 or is 580 enough, you know? So, all right. We have some resources for you. Some you may be very familiar with, others you may not even know exist. Everybody familiar with Gentex? You know, I know that some of their information is outdated, as he might say, but I really like their posters. They have some posters out on Gentex that you can actually print and have in your office, almost like a doctor's office, you know, when you stare and this is how to avoid, I don't know, a heart attack, and you're waiting for him to come back. So you're like, I don't know, how do I avoid a heart attack? Let me read. It has one where it says, you know, nursing. And it kind of goes through, you know, if you graduate from high school, you know, you'll make $6,000 a year. If you go into nursing with an associate's degree, you'll make $20,000 a year. If you go into nursing with a bachelor's degree, you make $50,000 a year. And it kind of goes through that. And if I was in a waiting room, not knowing what I wanted to be, but being a teenager saying, well, I just want to be rich, I'd be looking at him going like, oh, I didn't even know, you know, you can make that much money in nursing. I like helping people. Maybe I want to be a nurse. You know, I really think that just having them out there and putting some numbers or giving them a relationship to what they may want to do in life and how much money they could potentially earn, you know, is helpful. I have a 14-year-old stepson, and pretty much he's like, I just want to be rich. Okay. So I think when you talk about college, you should focus on the net price, right? Everything sounds scary. For some people, they understand that money, what money means. $1,000 seems like a lot of money. For other kids, $20,000, they have no concept. They're like, is that a lot? Is that a little? Like, you know, they have no idea how much money or what money can buy you. So one of our resources is the net price calculator. Are you guys all familiar with the net price calculator? Everybody? It's on College for All Texans on the right, kind of hidden. You have to look for it. It says net price calculator. What's great about it personally is that you can put some pretty generic information about your student into the net price calculator, enter up to 3 different colleges that they may consider attending, and look at their cost. And you know, if you have a student who's like, I don't know, I kind of don't know where I want to go. I may want to go to UTSA or Texas State in this example, or San Antonio College, which is a junior college. Well, you can compare all 3 of the campuses and their costs. And you can see that from what you can see in here, and I don't know if it's visible on the TV screens, but the cost for example, San Antonio College is $15,000 a year total, and it breaks down the tuition and fees. If you look at books, their average cost of books is nearly $2,000, where at Texas State, their average cost of books is only $800. And if you look again, and you look at their median grant, you can tell that UTSA has a higher median grant of awards than San Antonio College. So sometimes a student is considering to stay close to home and go to a junior college, which is a great option, and there's a huge savings to just driving up the street and going to college. But sometimes they don't even know that there are other options because in their mind it's too expensive regardless of what it is. So it's a good visual to say, you know what, I think you should apply. Because what if you're on the lower end of this, it could cost you $6,000. It would actually be more affordable for you to go to I was looking at Texas State, than it would be at San Antonio College, potentially, as a full-time student. It's great visual aid. Again, my 14-year-old wants to go to college in California, which is where I'm from, and there's none of this, so I'm like, I don't know how much college costs, and I wish I could just put it, you know, a scenario in, pick 3 different colleges, and have them just show me the cost. You know, that way I could at least look, oh my God, you know, $80,000, which is one of the colleges he wants to go to. I'm like, no, it's not gonna happen. So, all right, we have general contact information. Does anyone have any other questions? No? Good. Thank you for your time.
quick question. How many of y'all use the counselor suite? Not even half? How many of y'all have ever even heard of the counselor suite on Applied Texas? Okay. All right. And the second question for Gentex, if you participate, we have a new Gentex app that should be coming out shortly for you to help give you tools, your parents tools, as well as your students. So you'll hear more about that shortly. But and just for those who don't use the counselor suite at lunch, I'd like to talk to you as to why and try to figure out what we can do to improve it if you have an opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, we were going to see if lunch is here, and unlike a dinner theater, we didn't want it to clacking around while somebody's trying to present up here, so we were checking on the lunch. Our next group are some boots on the ground folks, and they're going to talk to you. Lauren and Abby are going to talk to you about the counselor portal and the TASFA. Jarrell mentioned the counselor suite. If you are part of the chamber, you sign an MOU. That MOU allows the Chamber of Commerce, you all know this, right, to pull the coordinating board data and put it into One Logos. So that information is there. You can still go to the counselor suite to get the FAFSA, which is usually behind, but you will get some FAFSA data and to get your Apply Texas data, but it's also in your counselor suite. Your counselor portal, and y'all are going to talk about that. Walk around, they may not be able to see you, so.
Good to know. Okay, I am Lauren Fox. I'm the Project Advanced Facilitator at Lanier High School. This is Abby Stafek. She's our graduation specialist, but she's my right-hand man, and I couldn't do it without her. So we're going to talk to you about the TASFA application, and I'm sure many of you are familiar with it. It's the Texas application for state financial aid, and of course, we've already kind of mentioned it a couple times during the previous presentations. We're going to go over the actual application and then kind of talk to you about some of the supporting documents that you need. And we're going to go over some of the things that we do at Lanier to keep track of all those documents. Because it's not just the application, there are a lot more steps involved. So at Lanier, we probably did about 60 TASFAs last year, which is a lot. Our senior class is about 35% undocumented, and we work very closely with those students to make sure that they have all the resources that they need and that they can complete the TASFA without any questions or if they need help and everything like that. It is a process. It's not just doing the application. It is pretty time consuming. You have to wait for tax transcripts to come in on time. And every student has a different situation, and we've always had to jump through hurdles in order to get students aid. Most of our TASFA students end up at Austin Community College, which is fine. It's a very good option for them. We do have a few that are able to go to four-year universities. One of the biggest challenges, I think, is getting the TASFA to colleges on time. The financial aid offices at colleges, they calculate the estimated family contribution with all the stuff that you send in to them. So with the FAFSA, you finish the FAFSA and they automatically can see their EFC and if they're Pell eligible. The TASFA is different. They get all that information and then they have to calculate the EFC for the student in order to then grant them aid. So it does take longer. And a couple of the financial aid representatives this year have been telling us to get our TASFAs in by February 15th, which is going to be kind of a struggle because, parents don't get their W-2s until the end of January sometimes. But we're going to be fine. So without any further questions, I guess. But if you do have any questions, please let us know and we will answer them as we go. We're going to jump right into the actual application.
Hello. This is my first time using a microphone, so it's pretty exciting. Everyone can hear me? I'm good? Cool. All right, so just real quick, how many of y'all have filled out a TASFA or know about a TASFA? Okay, so real quick, or we're just going to go over how to get there. So everyone should have gotten a little handout. We're kind of going to go and walk through it. So it's collegeforalltexans.com, and then we're going to act like we're a student. Financial aid application, and then what is nice is there is a Spanish and an English. Sometimes the students will print out the Spanish and bring it in, and that's always fun because I cannot read Spanish, so we will do an English one. And then there was another handout. It's the 2015-2016 TASFA, so we'll just go through it like I said. The first page is pretty general. The first part, it's just the student's name, where they live. Well, I'm seeing if it's opening, but I guess it's not. So if everyone wants to look at it, it's kind of nice. So the first page, very easy, where they live, what high school they go to. There is a part for college student ID. I like to leave that blank until the student knows which colleges they're going to send it to, and then we'll just write it in. Because a lot of times they will send it to multiple colleges, so we like to leave it blank until they send it into that college. There is a box underneath that's already filled out, so you can forget about that. It's not necessary. And then section 1, this is student information. Some of the stuff is pretty sensitive. A lot of our students in the past have said no for most of these questions. If they do say yes, you will have to provide documentation. Like one of the questions is, are they married? So you will have to provide documentation and send that to the schools. Just real quick on the name, a lot of our students have 2 last names, or there's 3 last names and there's just a hyphen. Make sure they do that exactly how it is, because everything, of course, y'all probably know this, but everything needs to match up. And that's one of the problems that we have is we won't catch it, we'll send it into the schools, and we'll have to redo the application. Oh, it's pulled up. And what is nice about this is you can type on it on the website. So it fills it out and makes it look nice for the colleges. And then if you do have an updated web browser, those question marks, if you hover over them, yeah, nice, it gives you helpful tips. So on the page 2 of the TASFA, section 2, it's general housing information. So who lives in the parent, or who lives with the student? So this includes brothers, sisters, sometimes there's boyfriends that live with them. I put that on there as well. Everyone that lives in there, the more people, the more money they can possibly get. And they also need to know their age of everyone. Sometimes the students forget this, so we ask them to get it ahead of time. Another thing they forget about is the boxes, the total number in household and the total number in college. If they do not fill that out, the colleges will not consider it complete, and then they will send it back. We'll have to redo it and then send it back again, which can take a month or so. And then, so section 3, this is kind of the same stuff you would find on a FAFSA application. Pretty general. Did they work? Are they married? The only difference is number 17 if they have a DACA. If they do, put yes, and if they don't, just say no. That's totally fine. And then next we have the parent information.
Okay, so yes, now we have the parent information. The first question, did the parent work in the year of 2014? So this one right here, some of my students' parents don't work and they don't file taxes. So they would just say no in this case. If they do, they say yes. And as you can see, attach a tax return and a tax transcript. So if you look at the little handout that we have, we kind of call it our cheat sheet. It's how to fill out a TASFA, and we give it to our students that are TASFA students. It has on there the number that you can call to order a tax transcript, and it's just an automated prompt, and you click the numbers, and you can have it in about 5 to 10 business days. And sometimes it comes in the mail and the students don't realize it and we have to order it again, but that's okay. That happens. Now you can also order it online, and we also have that web address on there. So the rest of the questions on there are, again, pretty similar to the FAFSA. You have the date of birth, how old is the parent or guardian, legal guardian, and then, of course, what is their highest level of education. Income and assets. If we have students that have parents that do file taxes, most of these will be zeros. If we don't, if we have a student that, let's say, their uncle is paying all of the bills, or their sister works to support the family, and these are common cases, I'm sure, just across the board. We go through these questions with the student and the parent, if available, and we fill it out as best we can. And it's sometimes hard to estimate, or even ask a family to estimate, hey, how much have you made this previous year? Can you calculate monthly? Because some parents clean houses and their income changes month to month. So it can be difficult to figure this part out, but we do the best we can. The next part, the total family income. This is if the family earned less than $7,000. If this happens, if you do say yes to this, then you need to provide the college with a very detailed attachment. How much that family spent in rent, utilities, if they received any kind of assistance like food stamps or WIC, that all needs to be included in there for the college to even think about awarding them aid. Because it is harder for the college to calculate the EFC with just that information. The next part is the statement of selective service. So of course, on the FAFSA, if you are a guy, you can just click register me for the selective service. The TASFA is different. You have to fill out the form, mail it in, and then get that selective service card. Without that card, the student cannot get any kind of financial aid. So what we do at Lanier is we have the student fill one out, mail it off, and we make 2 copies. We keep one, so we know that that student has filled one out, and we actually attach a copy of it to the TASFA, so that the college knows that that is in the process. They should be getting that card pretty soon. So it kind of is a placeholder for the college to keep it on that date. That student has turned everything in. The last part is the signature part. It's pretty self-explanatory. If the student doesn't have a parent, then the high school counselor can fill it out for them. So that is the TASFA. The application itself is really not that bad. If you have a student when the parents don't work, that's the only part that can get probably a little tricky. So supporting documents. On our little handout that we created, we have all the supporting documents that the student needs. The copy of the income tax return, the tax transcript, if you're a guy, the selective service form, and then they need an affidavit. An affidavit that has to be notarized, that can cost money. Lanier is very lucky, and we do have a notary on campus, so that's really nice. And we attach everything, and if the college allows it, we scan it into the financial aid office. So that's a lot of paper. It's a lot of documentation, which, as we said before, is one of the reasons that TASFAs cannot be tracked. They're all paper, they're not in a system. You can track how many FAFSAs we do, but you can't track how many TASFAs. We're trying to slowly put it into that, and we keep very detailed documentation of the FAFSAs that we do and all the paperwork. Yes, it is a lot of paper. And at Lanier, we definitely are very careful and very meticulous with our TASFA students. We've had all kinds of students come in through the College and Career Center there, and we really try to help them as best we can. But we're going to talk to you now kind of about some of the things that we do at Lanier that maybe you could take back to your campuses if you have TASFA students and you kind of need a way to help track them. Are there any questions so far about the application? Yes. That's a very good question, because it's so sensitive. It's so hard to ask a student, hey, are you a U.S. citizen?
Would you repeat that?
Oh, sure.
I'm gonna have to make her.
Of course, of course. She asked,
Anyway, because you owe me. Maybe I should.
well, it's a great question. How do you ask a student whether or not they're undocumented? How do you ask them if they're a U.S. citizen or not? We ask them, are you a Texas resident? Are you a U.S. citizen or a Texas resident? And then if they have a DACA, sometimes the students do think that that is a social security number as a citizen. It's not easy to explain to that student, okay, you know, that's great. I'm so glad that you have that. We'll still do the TASFA. And it is difficult. But I use the term, are you a Texas resident? Because, and then I make a big deal. You have lived in Texas for this amount of time. You are eligible for state aid. Let's get that aid for you. Let's get it for you. So it's one of those things that it is difficult to have that conversation. I would never ask a student, are you a U.S. citizen? I ask them, are they a Texas resident? So that might help a little. Yes?
I'm old, I don't run very
It's like
fast.
the Sally Jesse Raphael show.
You want this one?
Like Phil Donahue.
Here.
He was like run around. Phil Donahue. So to follow up on Margarita's question, when you identify your students, is it a one-on-one every single time? Pretty much. Okay. What's the timeline that you start with all of this with them? I mean, clearly we already started it this year, but kind of like, what's your timeline for? I'm just going to ask them all at once. Like, do you have a process? Do you have a folder for them that you give them, and it's got the checklist? And what's your best? And then one last thing, and then that way I don't have to use this anymore. Where do you get your selective service forms? Because like I go raid the post office, and I can only take like 15 at a time. They don't have that many. Where do you get them?
We print them out on.
Not working?
Maybe I'm not pushing it hard enough. You have to push it. So we print them out from their website, the Selective Service website. You can print that out. So that's where we get them, because I did raid the post office. That's what I did when I first started working at Lanier, and there were never enough, or they were all out, and it was so frustrating. So finally went onto the Selective Service website, and you can print out that PDF. What is our timeline? So in January, we do a big FAFSA TASFA night, and we pull all the parents and students in there, whoever comes, and talk to them about both of the applications. I think what we do at Lanier is we kind of join them together. Like it is financial aid. You can get financial aid if you are a Texas resident or a U.S. citizen. It doesn't matter. We pair them up, and I think that kind of helps let parents know that, hey, even if your student is a Texas resident, you're still eligible for some kind of financial aid. What we also do is we go into the economic and government classes in the January, and we talk to the students about the TASFA and FAFSA, and we actually pass out those handouts. We have a FAFSA cheat sheet too, and we have it front and back, and we give all of those to the student. And then we talk about, if you're a TASFA student, this is what you'll do, and if you're a FAFSA student, this is what you'll do. So we start everything in January, and of course with the prior year that's happening next year, we're going to start in October. So we'll be doing that even sooner. But we go in and we give them kind of all the information, very general, and then it is very much one-on-one. When that student comes in, all right, are we doing the task for the FAFSA? And then they'll usually tell us, and if it is a work social, if it is a social security, sometimes they don't know, so we have to kind of say, okay, is this a DACA social? And if they say yes, then we do the TASFA. So we start in January. And it is an ongoing process, though. I mean, it's not like we just start talking about financial aid in January. We're talking about it constantly throughout the years, but we always pair them together. We say, TASFA and FAFSA, financial aid. Whether you're a TASFA student or a FAFSA student, you can get some sort of financial aid, and that helps us out a lot with the students. Any other questions so far? Oh, yeah.
So to answer more of your question about what we do and how we keep organized, so we have this huge binder. We call it a paperweight because it is just so heavy, and we brought an example that we did. So we keep them in these, I don't know the name of these, but they're the clear full sheet protectors, thank you. So we keep them in this, and we keep everything. We just keep a copy, and it's signed by the student and the parent, and then we keep the affidavit and whatever else they give us, like the text transcripts, the W-2s, any other documentation, like if they're married, that kind of stuff. And then we have it from their last name A to Z. So it's very easy, very organized. And then on the front, we put a little sticker on each one that said that we went on to One Logos and that we manually changed them to a TASFA student. Do y'all need to see how it's done? Changing it? Okay. You want to go do it? Okay, so that's one of the main things we do. And then also with these sheets on the sheet protectors, we'll write little notes like if the student has a problem with their last name and they need to change it with the front office, or if we ordered a tax transcript and we're waiting on that, so that way either Lauren or myself, whoever's working with the student, we know what to do every time. So it's very detailed. So on One Logos, so you...
Everybody know what One Logos is, right? I hope. If you don't, see me during lunch and we'll talk about it.
I think we're figuring out. But so what you do, so after you log into One Logos, you search for a student, whatever that student is, and then instead of doing the communication, it's like a little bubble text. On the left-hand side, it says financial aid, and you click on that. And then at the top, after you click financial aid, it'll say FAFSA eligible, and it's a little drop down. And you just click TASFA eligible. And then after they turn in their stuff, and then when we put the little sticker, the One Logo, so you can say if they turned everything in, so that way it shows up on One Logos, your actual numbers for TASFA students.
Bear with us, we're pulling up the training site.
Okay.
We didn't want actual student data.
Cool. The other thing we do is, we had it up there a little bit ago, but we have a Google Sheets, and it has their student's first and last name, and then the next two columns are if they're FAFSA, TASFA, when we connected with them, like the first time that we sat down with them. And then we have if they've submitted it or not, and notes. So it's just one more section for us to pull up real quick to see like who's working with the student. We even say when they came in, when they ordered their tax transcript. That one was big because a lot of times we would order it and the student would forget that we ordered it. And so we would text them with One Logos a lot, and we'd say, hey, you got the tax transcript. Could you please bring it in? Or, hey, we ordered it. It's been 3 weeks. What's up? Okay, so One Logos. So like I said, so you'll go to the search, and it'll have the list down below. So you see the little like text, you don't click on, that's to text them, but if you click on their name, and then on the left-hand side it says financial aid under, and then see at the top it says TASFA eligible. So this one's already changed. And then, like I said, on the right-hand side of the screen, TASFA submitted. So once we get their stuff, I say yes, so that way You can see who has all submitted one, and then it changes with your numbers, which is good to know. Questions? Does that make sense? Changing it? Okay, cool. No questions? Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much, ladies. Thank you. I think lunch is ready. It's right out behind that wall. If you need some assistance with One Logos, I'm going to give you a sign-in sheet so that I can get somebody available. Between Laura and I, we'll work to get somebody to train if you guys need training in One Logos. So I'm going to have a sign-in sheet back there. Just put your email address so I can get back with you and we can help get some training set up for your district or yourself or whatever you need. Okay? Lunch is ready. Did I embarrass you? Lunch is to 12:30, but we're kind of, yeah, that's cool, 12:30.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Okay, we've had a little change in the agenda, which is always a facilitator's dream, is to have 2 emails from your next group saying, oh, guess what, we're not coming. So Froylan is not coming from A&M to talk to you about but you've been, how many of you have been to all the updates? Have you been to most of the updates? Yes? Okay, I don't know who I'm talking to back there. But I wanted to go over very quickly and I'm going to walk over here so I can drive. And so I can drive and kind of tell you, this is a new application that is, that was supposed to open in January of 2016, but I'm not so sure, and I wanted Froylan to be here because A&M is part of the new application. It's called the College Coalition. Have you heard of that yet? Okay, you know you have Apply Texas, and that's your state schools. And then you have the Common App. Do a lot of you use the Common App? Okay, good. Well, there's a new sister on the horizon, and she is called the College Coalition. It's a brand new application. Supposedly, they were supposed to have it open in January, but I just opened up their website, and I've given you their website on a handout. But these are the schools, basically, that are going to be part of the College Coalition. Now, the schools right now that are listed here will still take the Common App. A&M will be part of the College Coalition, and A&M will still take Apply Texas. So you don't really need to worry about it now, but you do need to know that new application is on the horizon. These are the schools that will be part of the coalition. Right now there are 80 of them. If you look at them, the majority of them are pretty high-profile universities, except for A&M. But I assume that... What? What'd I do? What'd I say? What'd I say? No. State schools. A lot of these are not state schools, with the exception of A&M, that is a state school. So I'm sorry it didn't come out that way. I'm an A&M grad. I'm sorry. But what I meant to say is, if you go through the list, none of these are Texas state schools, with the exception of A&M. And the reason they went to this new application, and it is endorsed by not only these universities, but also College Board is going to be in charge of kind of putting out the marketing on this to help these universities get started. But if you go through and you look at them, you've got Johns Hopkins, you've got Middlebury, you've got North Carolina State is a state school in North Carolina. So I think there's Ohio State. I think you're going to see that more colleges are going to be joining the College Coalition. Those are the members. So if you go to that website, you can see who's going to join. Also, you will see on that website that they are creating a toolkit for counselors, for parents, and for students. The toolkit will be open in 2016, in April of 2016. So based on that, it looks like the College Coalition application itself is not going to be ready to open in January 2016. If I find out it is, I have everybody's information back there. I'll send it to Laura. I'll send it to everybody who's here. I'll send you, and I'll put you on my group email. If you've ever worked with me before, you know I have a group email, and I will respond to you as quickly as I can. And I'll let you know if it's open. But I do think you need to know that this is a growing movement, this application. The reason for this growing movement is the Common App last year, as you may or may not know, had some issues in accepting students. And so a group of these universities, with went together and they said, we really need a better application. We want to know how to identify students as early as 9th grade. So students can start this application in 9th grade. They create it with buckets of information. And so they download their information into buckets. And then they release those buckets to the universities that they're interested in. The universities cannot tap into anything the kids have until they release it. Once they release it to the universities that are listed under the coalition, and they have to list the university that they're interested in, then the university can go in and look at those buckets to begin to identify students earlier. Does that make sense? The purpose of this application was to say that they feel like it will increase access to high-profile universities, including Texas A&M University, because these universities, sometimes the senior year when the kids apply, they get, from what they're saying, is that they get really skewed applications. They've already done a lot. Their resumes are big. They have a lot of information. They want to start looking at students earlier for access. So that's the whole purpose of the Coalition for Colleges. I gave you the website. You can go in. There's all kinds of information, but right now it's pretty speculative. They talked at NACAC, they talked at the College Board Forum. If you go to the Southwest Regional Forum, which will be in February, they will talk about it again. If you're going to the TACAC conference in April, and I put that date on your agenda, they will talk about it more. So you're going to hear more about this application, but I didn't want you to be uninformed about what could be coming with this application, because I think this will be a big application, and I think it will be a big process. So I wanted you to know about it. I would say, do you have any questions about it? But all I've given you is all the information that I have. Froilan was going to be here from A&M today, and he couldn't make it, and I wanted him to really kind of tell you the down and dirty from A&M and what they were looking at with the application. But as soon as I get it more information, I'll send it to you. So I appreciate your patience. Yes. Pardon me? Who pays for this? My understanding is that the colleges that enter into this coalition put the money up front. So most of your fee will be free for your kids to enter. That's the access piece. So they're putting money in the pot. Right now there's 80 of them. And they put money in the pot, and they're trying to get more universities to put money in the pot so that they can have more tools and they can have all those online programs. Does that help? Yep. Okay. Hopefully it won't be a competition to Apply Texas, but it is another form of an application for a student. Can you what? Oh, yeah. Oh, it'll be in our, we'll put it in our data, whatever. Let me tell you what we're doing on our One Logos. We're actually putting our common application. We talked to Jose, and we're going to be able to put our common application information on One Logos. So we'll be, if we know that a student completed a common app, then we're going to actually put it into the portal because we expressed to the chamber that we really wanted the students, all the students' profile information to be gathered, not just Apply Texas and not just, we wanted the Common App because we do have students, I know y'all have a lot of students that apply with the Common App, and that is not in the Apply Texas data information. So we wanted to, because you can track that. Do you track that yourself? Okay, you can get that information. It's not self-reported. It's actually a piece of data that you can get from their website. So we're going to start downloading that, and I'll send you more information on that from the chamber as soon as we load it, we see how it works. If we can run reports from it, I'll shoot that out to everybody, and we'll use that as a piece of data tracking. Okay? Next up is Laura.
I really
really just have, good afternoon, everyone. I see lots of familiar faces. I'm going to ask my friends in the back if you could join us, because we don't have that many people here this afternoon, and we've changed our agenda around a little bit. So we were hoping that this afternoon we'd be able to talk a little bit about best practices. So we're going to do that in just a second, but it might be just a little bit more conducive to the room if we have you guys closer. I know there's tables back there, but we appreciate it. I want to say thank you to the Austin Chamber for providing lunch for us. Andrew Feller helped as well with the chamber, so thank you. We've changed our agenda around this afternoon a little bit. We don't have Texas A&M University, and we don't have TG coming for financial aid. So we may get out a little bit early, which I think everyone's probably happy about. So I'm going to turn it over to Hutto ISD and let them talk a little bit about best practices. And then we will also have Lana Saveda talk a little bit about the new test prep that College Board is offering. And then we can have some time for Q&A, and then wrap up. How does that sound? And our first row is open on both these.
Good afternoon. My name is Shirley Rich. I'm the College and Career Coordinator for Hutto ISD, and Erica Blando is our College Advisor for Hutto High School. And so I won't take much of your time, or I should take as much time, I guess, as possible. I gave you 10 items, and if you'll notice, Hutto ISD or Hutto High School in the last 3 or 4 years has been at the top of Apply Texas for whatever reason. We're not sure. We have good kids, we think. We have great counselors, I think. If they choose not to do what we ask them to do, we sit on them until they do. So we have a great community. We are a one high school, so we're a little different in that respect. We're also not connected with ACC. We are through Temple College is in our district, and so that produces some good and some bad. So some of the data sharing that ACC does, we don't get. Some of the access that you get from ACC, we don't get, but Temple College also does some other things for us. So I wanted to go through, we had a powwow and talked about, well, so what is it that we do that's so, and we went through a top 10 list, so that's what you have. On the back are things that we just randomly put together that we do, that we think we do every year or going to do. So I just want to go through a little bit with you. One is collaboration. We have 3 counselors at one point in time, and they were 9 through 12 alpha, and that's a incredible conversation in counseling world. Should we do alpha? Should we do grade level? What should we do? What do y'all do? I don't know what we do. Let's change it next year. Maybe it'll be better. Let's go back. We have this conversation continuously. Everybody does. When we worked with alpha, we ended up working with only seniors or with crisis, and that's about it. That's all we had time for. So we've gone through grade level this year, and we have 4, and we added another counselor. We have 1770 on our campus, so it's really not too bad numbers, except when you get a freshman counselor that has 515. So, however, having a freshman counselor helps us know what the freshmen are doing and the crisis that happens with freshmen, and then following them through 4 years with that cohort and seeing what's happening. With that, we have a college advisor, and we have an Advise Texas, which I'll get to. So we have a great deal of collaboration with them. Just a little bit about me, I retired, and then I went back for some reason. But part of the reason I went back was the collaboration that we have at Hutto and the team that I am with. If that wasn't that team and they weren't still there, I would not be back. It's that collaboration that we have every day. So we have weekly meetings. We have an incredibly detailed calendar that we do before we leave for the school year, for the next school year. During registration and at any time that we have a captured audience, we talk about college. Anytime there's a parent audience, we talk about college. We have hippo crash nights. I know it sounds weird, but when there's a group of hippos in Africa, when they're all together, it's called a crash. We learned this. So we do a hippo crash night. And anytime those are done, anytime there's a community meeting, I come out and talk about college. Anytime for parent and student, we do a great deal of social media, our Facebook, Remind 101, Twitter, all of the blasts that you have, all the things that you guys are doing now. I don't think we're doing anything special. I'm just running through the C's that we have. College and Career Center, we have a student resource center. It's in the middle of the campus. We used to call it the College Corner. The kids didn't like that because it wasn't in the corner. Okay, so now it's the College and Career Center. Amazing what we do. We do have a former college rep. Erica Blendo is a Texas A&M was a Texas A&M representative. She still is a Texas A&M representative. We get whoops all the time. We do have a college advisor through Advise Texas, and we're lucky enough to have that. Again, we're not part of any other program. We don't have College Forward. We don't have Rural Talent Search. We don't have any of that. We are a Title I district, but our high school is not a Title I high school. So we don't get some of that stuff. So with that, we have to collaborate. It's just us. We don't have any other entity coming in to help us. So for the good and bad of that, I don't have somebody else helping Johnny when I don't know what they're doing with Johnny, and does Johnny get this and does Johnny get that? We all know what Johnny's getting and what Johnny needs. In our community, they have been incredibly helpful. If you haven't gone to your Wells Fargo, go to your Wells Fargo. They suddenly have started doing commercials, but for the past 3 years, we've gotten incredible senior planners that are free, and they gave us 400 of them. So go to your Wells Fargo and get those. Our Home Depot gave us their buckets and filled them with gifts, and 1 year we gave a gift to every single senior if they applied to college and helped that with that process. Starbucks will always do coffee with counselors. It's free. They'll do that anytime that we ask them to do. Starbucks just got here this year, so we're excited. But they will do that. I've been there 5 times, and they're tired of looking at me. Thank heaven I have some of my ex-students working there. But also, number 5, what college equals. And that's one of our biggest conversation, is that college equals anything that you want it to equal. I don't care where you go, is that you're going. So you're doing something after high school. So if you're going to Temple College, ACC is right down the road as well. If you want to go to a hair salon, if you want to do wherever you want to do, we're going to help you do that. You're going to do something after high school. Well, I'm going to take a year off. Really? No, you're not. You're going to take 3 hours of this. You're going to do an online course. You're going to do this. And you can still take your year off. That's wonderful, but you're still going to do this. And so we sit on our kids a great deal because they've got to do something after high school. We talk a great deal when we talk with students. I was a teacher, and guess what? I had to go back to school to be a counselor. I was a counselor. Guess what? I had to go back to school to become a principal. Done all those things. You're still going to go back to school all of your life. Go talk to your parents. Are they in training today? Yeah, they probably are. You've got to have some sort of education. And with that knowledge, hopefully, I wanted to say knowledge equals cash, but I don't like to put that in print. But that's the reality of it. That knowledge will help you fulfill that dream. So whatever that is, whatever opportunity is out there, we're going to share that with you. We have the conversation at College Fair. Should we let all of those proprietary folks come in? IT Tech, all those people that call you and say, can we come and talk to your classroom? Like, no, you're a for-profit organization. And we have that conversation continuously, and should we allow them to talk to our students? Yes, we should. Is it a good idea for them to go there? Probably not. But do they have that opportunity? Yes. But we give them that information and say they're out there. So that's another part of that. But anything that will fulfill their dream, we help them do that. That rigorous academics part, that opportunity, the only way you're going to have that opportunity is if you're taking the hardest classes on this campus. Are you taking the hardest classes on this campus? No, we get 2 periods off our senior year. No, you don't. You're going to do this. Well, I took Algebra 1 in 8th grade, so do I have to continue? Yes, you do. All those conversations that counselors have and that good guidance, you have to continue doing that. And unfortunately, you have to say it over and over and over again. So what does college equal? An opportunity. Also, we do things in a colossal way. We have an event theme every year. We're lucky enough to be a one high school and have a great deal of community. This year, our theme is College is Key. So if you come to one of our events, we pass out keys to you. When we pass out a key to you, you get into a bucket. At the end of the year in that bucket at decision day, then you're going to get a bigger gift than everybody else does. And so we go through that. You're going to talk about a little bit more of that. In October, pumpkins. We have pumpkins everywhere and say you will turn into a pumpkin or you will not get pumpkin pie until you fill out an Apply Texas. We did pumpkins everywhere. We did pumpkins through all the teachers and put it on their desk. So anytime that kids saw a pumpkin, it just reminded them that they needed to do what they needed to do. 3 years ago, we did a road to college, and we built a road through all of our hallways, and we had road signs about what to do and how to do it, and we did that through 9 through 12. And so we did the road to college for about 2 to 3 years. Then they got tired of the road, and so we started giving them some keys. For FAFSA, we have Valentine's Day, and Ms. Blando is going to talk about that. We also have a chief. We also have a superintendent that believes in 100%. And so guess what? We do 100%. It's an expectation for us. When we did that, we got a 4th counselor. And so with that 4th counselor, that high expectation came again. We also have one high school, so we have one principal, and that principal believes in that high expectation. He's a very quiet man, but very strong-willed man that wants that 100% and asks all the time what those numbers look like. We're also lucky enough to have teacher time, and I know this is a conversation in your buildings that you have a lot of times as well. Can we get into the government class, economics class, English 4, English 3? Well, after EOC, we can't touch English 2. And then Algebra 1, there's no way, those kids. So we have that conversation about when you can get into a classroom. We are lucky enough that when we ask for that, our teachers give us that time. But that time is real time. That time isn't about, well, how do you feel? How are y'all today? It is. We're on the computers. We usually are in a lab. We're doing Apply Texas together. We're doing this together. These are the secrets that you need to know. This is what you have to have. We just started Naviance in the last couple of years. It is not rolled out completely. Last year, we rolled it out to our seniors and doing the PGP for our 8th grade and 9th grade, but at those in-between grades, they have no idea what it looks like. So as we pull that out to our other grades, we'll be using that more and more. So the ways that we celebrate, because we do colossal things and we try to celebrate those. And Erica, do you want to speak about that? We have Erica for about a month and a half. Maybe.
Yep. So to celebrate, we always make it a big deal when students have submitted their Apply Texas applications, when they get accepted into colleges. So this year we have open locks in our hallways with the student's name on it, and it's around a pennant of the college that they've been admitted to. So since we say college is key, we say that lock is now open and they have the opportunity to go to that college now that they're admitted. So we always just try to find some way to celebrate. We do have signing days for our athletes. We have decision day at the end of the year where we announce where everyone's going. We do a big slideshow with their name and what college they're going to. For Apply Texas, the way that we typically reach our 100% is we do go in through the classroom, have the students get on the computers, and we walk them step by step through the Temple College application. So that's typically how we get the majority of our students. We follow up with those who are absent or
somehow we missed that day. And the way that we explain it to them is this is for educational purposes, and it is an opportunity for you to go to that college. They don't have to go to Temple College, but once they finish that application, they have a sense of relief and see that as an opportunity at the end of the year. So they can always copy that application and send it wherever else they would like to go. Once they leave Hutto High School, they then have the knowledge of having completed a college application. So that's typically how we get to our 100% every year. And I will turn it back over to Ms. Rich. Oh, FAFSA workshops. So we also make a huge deal out of our Financial Aid Saturday event. So this past year, the way that we got students to come is we offered them an exemption from a final exam. And we also had some big giveaways. So we asked for donations, and we also had some campus level funding, and we gave away flat screen TVs, 2 tablets. We gave away the principal's parking spot for 2 months. We also gave parents an opportunity to present their child their diploma. And so we had all of those drawings. So we drew students in different ways. And we had a huge turnout for that Financial Aid Saturday event. Sorry, I'm out of breath. No, I'm good. I'm good. So that's how we have our Financial Aid Saturday. And last year it was on Valentine's Day. And so we hand-delivered students an invite and said, you're invited. We also gave them a raffle ticket and said, you have to come to the event to turn in the raffle ticket. We gave the information to parents. So we just try to make it a huge event for students to come and fill out their FAFSA. And I know the question was presented earlier about incentives. That's just something that works for our campus specifically, so it may not work across the board, but we see it as an opportunity. If students fill out Apply Texas and they fill out their FAFSA, at least they have taken those necessary steps. If they don't complete the application or apply for aid, then they're definitely not going to college. So we try to get as many kids in to at least complete those necessary steps. Do y'all have any questions about Apply Texas or the Financial Aid Saturday? Yes. Yeah, so on the days that we do Apply Texas in the computer labs, we have 2 labs that are side by side and have a connector. So typically it's myself, our Advise Texas advisor, our senior guidance counselor, and then we also ask for sometimes other people to come in. So our Advise Texas advisor invited other advisors from other high schools to come in on that day. So we have that extra manpower looking over their shoulders. So it's just a joint effort between the guidance counselors, our college and career staff. Yes. Last year, we had them turn in their raffle ticket after they have submitted their FAFSA. Yes. And we were flexible with that if they weren't able to submit the FAFSA that day, but they brought us the printed confirmation page later, then we would put their name into the drawing as well. Yes. Mm-hmm. We have not had that come up. We've been fortunate, so no one has had an issue with us putting the names. They're in the main hallway, and the student has to provide us some kind of documentation that they got admitted. So we'll take either a copy of their acceptance letter or they can forward us their congratulations email. But mostly it's just excitement for the kids, and it gives the underclassmen an idea of where seniors are applying and getting admitted. But we haven't had any negative communication from students or parents.
Ms. Blando's idea was the pennants, which was wonderful. And the year before that, our college advisor did big pictures of everybody. And so every senior's picture, large, 8.5 by 11, were up for a while until the senior actually would start taking them down because they thought it was theirs and they would leave with it at random times. Again, the celebration part is when you become a senior teacher, you are part of our guidance team as well. I say you're lucky enough to be part of our guidance team because anytime we're with the senior ones, sometimes that senior teacher would want to leave that classroom because we were there, and so we've asked them not to leave and help us with that process. So they're part of the FAFSA, they're part of the Applied Texas as well to help us with that. There was one other point I forgot. So again, the expectation time, the principal time, the teacher time, and the celebration time is incredible. The signing day and decision day, we give lunch to them, we provide all those gifts, and it is an incentive that works for our students, and we appreciate that they do that. Again, I think we have cool kids. We have a college crew. In the college advisor part, if you took an SAT prep, or at one point in time we did a college 101 class, and you became part of the college crew, and then you would help us with our college fair. We're lucky enough that TACRO still comes on our campus during the day, and so we have a college fair for all of our juniors and seniors. We do NACAC as well and send them on the bus. We do the Hispanic College Fair, all of those as well for our juniors and seniors. The last part of that is the curriculum piece. If you want to go to Mingo, well. I think the lady from Leander said it especially well. It isn't just that senior year, and that's part of the reason why we went to grade level counseling, is to continue and make sure that this is a 9th through 12th program. I'm also I'm a K through 12 college and career coordinator, and I'm reminded of that a great deal, is that what am I doing in the elementary schools? We happen to have 5 elementaries, so we have 5 endorsements. So every elementary school is an endorsement school as well. I talk about Mingo with the freshmen, with elementary, and with freshmen. I did this with the freshmen as well. We are hippos, but in hippo land, once you enter hippo land, every elementary is a hippo. Every middle school's a hippo. It's weird. But in hippo land, when I brought a Mingo in, why do I bring a Mingo? Because when you see a hippo and you see them in the water, you usually see flamingos. I also happen to have a stuffed flamingo that I got in New Orleans, but that's a whole other story we don't have time for. But I talk about careers, and we talk about careers that are take care of Mingo. So it takes all of these kind of careers to care for Mingo. Next. And then when I had that little plastic flamingo, all of these careers to make that Mingo. So when we talk about careers with elementary kids and we talk about college, we talk about all those. It took 16 people for me to bring Mingo home today in this class. And then I talk about that Mingo goes to school. Mingo goes to college. Mingo builds a house. Mingo goes to the hospital, and all those careers that happen with that. And Mingo takes a vacation. Mingo finds a 21st century job. And college really does mean further study and whatever that you want to do. And so whatever you want to do, hopefully you're doing that. I think that's it. Then I go through foundation and all that good stuff, which you already know. So again, the 5 elementary schools, we have a Green Apple Club. If you're part of the A+ Federal Credit Union, there's the Green Apple Club. And so those are in all of our elementaries to give their little nickels to. Anytime we have College Week, then all those hippos have College Week. So College Week is on all of our elementaries. We send them pennants, we send them all that good stuff. They also have a college fair there, and they also have a career day. In our middle schools, again, the Naviance program continuing that. The Green Apple Club continues with that. When I have parent universities at the middle schools, I talk about money. I talk about financial aid. And now I'm going to talk to them about that coalition part. We do exploring careers and career portals. In 7th grade is the writing portion, so guess what they write about? Careers. And that's part of the ELA curriculum and part of the social studies. 6 through 12, we are mainly in social studies, since it's not tested really until U.S. history. It is somewhat in middle school. So our advantage to go into world geography and world history. ELA, they don't let me touch until after during the junior year and in social studies after the U.S. history test. And one high school about college and career readiness. And that readiness piece I don't have an answer for. We are a TSI testing site. And for the TSI, we began that last year, and we did that on every other Saturday for a while. This year, we're going to do it once a month, starting in the spring, to be at the TSI. We use some of the PSAT. We are thinking about testing all of our juniors during the EOC week, and testing all of them during that time period. If I have enough computers, because now that all the computer labs are going to Chromebooks, it's a whole other story. So we'll check that out as well. On the back are some of the things that we do. Freshmen, we talk about being a smart hippo, how to be a hustling hippo. Hippos are the fastest land animal from water to land. In our first week, we talk about SMART goals. In college week again, selected ninth grader takes the PSAT, registration, PGP nights. In sophomore year, it's about being a career hippo. And so that's when they do their career inventories. We talk about SMART goals again and have a sophomore night. Junior is about being a college hippo, because that's when you do all of your college prep. School-wide ACT we do all 3 essays in their English class in the spring. Naviance lesson is about the resume, a college match and career match. The TSI during the EOC, their PGP night. The senior year, we talk about being a graduate hippo. We're lucky enough that most of our kids are about the same kind of kid, really. We have about 10 to 15 that are doing a TASFA. We have about 10 or 15 that are doing a Common App. So in between are our hippos. And so I think some of that is the kind of homogeneous kind of classes that we have. We have a great deal of help doing this. Again, the collaboration within the guidance office helps us a great deal. Can you go back to that other PowerPoint? That first one? 100%? Yeah, I think is it open down at the bottom? Sorry. 100%. I think the last 2 slides are incredibly important to this entire process. They're really not. Number 12, just about what kind of hippos that we are. And then number 13, that graph means nothing. It's the one that's on the PowerPoint slide. It means absolutely nothing. And so please don't get wrapped up in all the numbers and all the graphs and all the things that we do. I think your point was incredibly well this morning. It's about the kids, and it's about working with them and getting enough people inside that room to help them. So please don't get confused about all of those numbers. Yes, we do look at them. My superintendent, my principal call me once every couple of weeks. Where are we? We're at 97%, Shirley. Did you know that? Yes, sir, I do. So what's the problem? Well, we have 12 students and we're trying to, I don't know. So please don't get wrapped up in those numbers, and please talk about kids, and please help them one day at a time, and I think you'll get through it. Do you have any questions about what we do and how we do it? Yes, ma'am.
I'd just like to ask
Yes, ma'am.
a little bit about that, because you did it,
Last year we did 4 PGP nights, which was exhausting, which didn't get a great deal of traction until the end. We tried to do it on a Monday night, a Tuesday night, a Wednesday night, and a Thursday night, because we get yelled at if we have it on a Thursday night and there's something happening and somebody else is happening something else. So we did 4 consecutive weeks, and we had it on one of those nights. And at the beginning, I did a little bit about endorsements, what it takes to be a graduate, all of those things, and then talked about careers within those endorsements just very lightly. Then if you wanted to know more about that endorsement, then I had 4 counselors in different rooms, in the lecture hall, in the band hall, in the cafeteria, in the library, and they went to the STEM area, they went to the arts and humanities area, they went to the public service area, and they went to the business area if they wanted more information. I also had a CTE teacher in there of that endorsement, and they talked about careers, went through the process of all of the different pathways within that endorsement. And so that took about 15, 20 minutes, and then they could switch if they wanted to, and then we wrapped it up. But it was a wonderful opportunity for them to look at. In the back, I had Google Chromebooks, and we have Skyward, and so the parent could go back into Skyward and click that they had seen their son or daughter's PGP. When they came in the beginning, I didn't say this, when they came in the beginning, I gave them the PGP that their student had done through Naviance, so they could have a look at that if they had not looked at that before, and get an idea about what they looked like. They didn't have to sign off, but it gave them an opportunity to get on the Chromebook and sign off on Skyward as well. Not sure we're going to do that again. It got some traction. The biggest traction we had for PGP is that we didn't give them their high school schedule during registration during the summer unless the parent had signed off on their PGP. That got their attention. For seniors, if you don't give them a parking space, that gets their attention. So we do anything and everything to get their attention in the beginning before they can get the things that they would ask for. Yes, ma'am.
I noticed you're an ACT.
Yes, ma'am. We're an ACT testing site on the weekends. We are 2 Saturdays, then we're going to be a school day testing site for ACT just one time in April.
And that's a district. Individual schools can.
Correct. 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 And this is our first time for ACT. I'm not sure if it's going to work because you can't, there's a caveat in there that you can't be on free and reduced lunch. You can't do a waiver on that day. You have to pay for it. So if your district ponies up the money to do that, then that's wonderful. So our district is deciding on whether or not they're going to pay for our students or not, actually, as we speak. I've asked for that. I'm not sure if I'm going to get that. Our district does pay for the PSAT, but that's very, very cheap. So I'm not sure if they will pay for the ACT. So underneath that is we're trying to get the kind of kid that's not going to come on a Saturday or doesn't have a ride on a Saturday, but if they can't use the waiver, then it's that kind of kid that I am not reaching. So there's been a lot of conversation about that. Anything else? Again, we're not sure why it works. I think we have a great team. I think we're doing a lot of things that you guys are doing. I don't think we're doing anything special. I do think the special part is that we make it an event and we make it special for them. And when you are a senior at Hutto High School, that's a big deal. Because for some of our parents and for some of our kids, they didn't get to the senior year. Their parents didn't graduate, or they just graduated high school, so doing something after high school is extremely different for them. About applications, a reason we do sit down and talk with them about applications and help them through that process, some of them have never done an application. So when they fill out an application to McDonald's, they are lost. Want me to tell my Pookie story? On the FAFSA, when it says family name, we had a girl put Pookie in there because that's what her family calls her, is Pookie. So when her application and FAFSA mix up, it didn't mix up. Also, we have students who, when they look for Hutto, they're looking for Austin continuously. I said, why are you looking for Austin? Well, because Hutto's part of Austin. Well, no, it's not. So just going through an application process, we have students, obviously, that are doing Common Apps and can do this, and their parents are helping them. And then we have students that have never seen an application in their life. So that's that kind of mix of kid that we have. So it's incredible and it's enjoyable because you do get something different every single day. So thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you. Are you all set, Lana? You need a couple minutes?
I just need to throw this in.
I tell them I'm going to sleep and take sewing lessons. So, hi. Come on, guys. I know so many of you. Hi, Lana. Woo, we're so excited to see me. You know, anyone ever heard of Taylor Swift? Yeah, we all know Tay-Tay. So Taylor Swift has one concert that she does, and she goes around the room, all around the world, and she gives the same concert over and over and over. I have one concert I do, and unfortunately, you all get to see it over and over and over. So I've switched it up a little bit today, and we just, not too much. I mean, we still got to talk about the SAT, right? But we're going to talk a little bit about the SAT today, and then I'm really going to start talking to you a little bit about some of the scores and the reporting coming out, because that's really the big thing. If the my understanding is there's 9 districts on DTC, correct? DTC 70? Yeah, so I know all of you guys. In fact, it's really kind of cool. I'm really excited. I was bragging to all my colleagues today that I get to go to one meeting, shoot a shotgun, and hit 9 districts at once, and someone else is running around hitting 9 districts in a week. But my name is Lana Savita. For those of you that don't know me, I am a director with the College Board. I work in state and district partnerships. Just hit my 6-year anniversary, and I'm sticking around for a while. I primarily serve regions 12 and 13. So if you're in those regions and you don't know me, I really encourage you to come and meet me and come say hi and let me be your friend. So we're going to talk a little bit today about College Board partnerships, the new SAT, some scores and assessments data, and then what's coming next, AP potential and what's coming next. So the first thing I just wanted to talk to you about was our partnerships. Whether all of you know it or not, you are all in a contract with the College Board in some way, shape, or form. Some of you pay for your students to take the PSAT in 10th. Some of you pay for 10th and 11th. Some of you pay for 8, 9, 10. And there's actually quite a few of you in the room that are starting to participate in our SAT School Day program. If you have any questions about SAT School Day, I'd be happy to answer them. I know some questions popped up in the last presentation by Hutto. Which, by the way, is anyone here from Del Valley? Y'all need to meet with Hutto, because last time I was with you, you asked about elementary best practices for college readiness, and you just gave some really good ones. So I wrote that note down, but go ahead and do that. So the early participation program is a contract with the College Board. Our mission is to connect all students to college opportunity and success. So we allow school districts to partner with us and give our assessments during the school day as long as they agree to test all of their students. That's one of the big differences you'll find between our assessments and others. If you do test all of your students and include at least 10th grade, then you can include other grades and get a discount. In 2014, so last year, this year's data hasn't come out yet, we had 105 districts in the state of Texas participate in the program, and I know that's grown significantly this past fall, and it's continuing to grow. So what's so wonderful about the PSAT and MSQT? You all know this. Not only does it help to build that college-ready culture for students, these new assessments that we have, the way that they're aligned to what we're already teaching in our classrooms, it's really going to support your learning and your innovation. It's going to support your teachers getting good feedback on how your students are doing in the classroom. We are going... Okay, I thought I saw a spell. We are going to talk a little bit about AP potential, which is some data that comes out of the PSAT and MSQT, and I'm also going to give you a little taste of some of the reporting that's coming out. But first, let's talk briefly, very briefly, I know many of you know this, about the new suite of assessments, but there is a College Board College Readiness and Success System that was created. We created this system because it's more about giving, it's about more than giving kids a test and telling them how they're doing along the way to college readiness. We really want to go back and support students. When we looked at 20 years of data over how students are doing with achieving the college and career ready benchmark through the SAT, it's been pretty consistent around 40 to 42% for the last 30 to 40 years. We're seeing significant increases in the students that are participating. Diversity is going up, first generation college students are going up, low income students numbers are going up, but the percentage of students hitting that college readiness benchmark has been pretty stagnant. So in addition to realigning our assessments to make sure that they were focused on exactly what we're teaching in our classrooms and it's very meaningful information, we've created some other support systems. Personalized practice, such as free SAT prep with the Khan Academy, which I'm going to talk about a little bit. We've got some college scholarship opportunities. I'm not really going to talk about them today, but I'll mention them briefly for students that participate in Student Search. So when they're filling out their little form for the PSAT, their pre-answer document for any of our assessments, we will ask them if they want to, if we can share their information with colleges and universities. And that's how we start to connect these students to colleges and universities. We've now replicated that process with scholarship organizations. There's 5 scholarship organizations that will now be getting lists of students who qualify for their scholarships through the PSAT, and it's opening up access to scholarships in the tune of $180 million. So we're really excited about that. And these are organizations that we know of: the United Negro College Fund, National Hispanic Scholar, the Jack C. Kent Cook Foundation. So some really good organizations. The newest suite of assessment includes 3.5, but here in Texas, we're pretty much playing with just the 3. We have the PSAT 8-9. It is designed for 8th grade or 9th grade. It's normed for 8th grade or 9th grade, so that's the grade level that it's appropriate to give. One of the questions I get a lot from district administrators is, hey, Lana, my kids are really smart. I want to give them the PSAT and MSQT in 8th grade. And that's just not what we recommend at the College Board. Because even if you have a really, really smart few children, what a PSAT and MSQT is going to tell you about the average group of 8th graders is that they're not performing at a 10th and 11th grade level with college readiness. It's just that simple. So let's find out how they're performing when we're measuring what they're supposed to be doing in the classroom. We have the PSAT and MSQT, which all of you participated in last month. I hope it went well. Thanks for working through that transition for us. We appreciate it. And then, of course, we have the SAT, which students can take during the school year or students can take during the school day 3 times a year. The redesign, so currently, students who are taking an SAT are taking the current SAT. The SAT is not changing. The new SAT is not launching until March. So if you have any seniors who are trying to squeeze that puppy in, give them a nice swift kick and tell them to hurry up and get there because they're running late, and take that SAT. 8 key changes to the SAT. My favorite is the vocabulary. We've gotten rid of those weird, crazy vocabulary words that no one ever uses after the SAT test again. The American tradition of carrying around 600 note cards and ceremoniously throwing them in the trash as you walk out of the SAT test is over. For example, if you go online and pull the sample PSAT test that was available, I think it was section 1, question 19. Yeah, that's how much I do this. Section 1, question 19 asks about the vocabulary word stores. But they're not asking about the word grocery stores. They're asking, the passage they read is about bears hibernating for winter, and the stores is about their stores of food. Right? That's a word we all know. You can start encountering the word stores in your life before you can even walk, right? Come on, little munchkin, let's go to the store. But that's also a word that makes much more sense. So relevant words and vocabulary. We've taken away the penalty for guessing. That was a big barrier for students. It was a huge barrier. It caused a lot of anxiety. One of the other barriers that we took away was the test prep, the expensive test prep. We did see a significant difference in students who were able to afford the test prep programs and those who didn't, and we just felt like that was a barrier that was not okay. So we took away that barrier and we offered test prep, but also in tune with that line of thought, how much of that time in those test prep classes is spent on whether or not to omit, the breathing technique you use to avoid the anxiety attack while you're trying to omit. You know, whether you're not, how do you narrow down, do I do it 3, do I omit it 4, how many points is this in my national merit? Before you know it, they're having an anxiety attack over a question that's just not testing what they know in school. So we took away the penalty for answering. And then my favorite one, it's on the SAT, it's not going to be on the PSAT or the PSAT 8-9, is the essay. Even though the essay is now optional, the essay has a common prompt. So every single SAT test has the same exact prompt. They will be asked to read different passages, but what they're asked to do with that passage is they're going to read an argument or a critique or an argument or an opinion piece, and they're asked to critique and analyze that argument. In fact, it's really cute in the instructions. We actually very specifically tell them, we're not interested in what you feel about this. We need you to think about this. So that's something that we do every day. It's what I did last night on my paper for school. So let's talk about the free world-class practice through the Khan Academy. So like I said, we found, when we sat down, we as in the College Board, which means we as in people much higher on the totem pole than me who are in New York, when we sat down and really thought about, our assessments and our mission of providing students opportunity and success, one of the things that we did is it's not about getting them into school anymore, it's supporting them getting through. So not only are we creating quite a few things to support them once they're in the higher education institution, we wanted to help give them support when they were in. And we noticed there were, like I said, some real differences between students who could afford for a prep program and couldn't. And we did not like that at the College Board. That's just not what it's about. We really want to break down barriers and give these kids opportunities. So for the first time ever, let me repeat this, For the first time ever, the College Board has partnered with an outside organization and shared proprietary information. Let that sink in for a second. How big's the industry of test prep? It's pretty big, huh? And this goes for all of our programs and services. This goes for, well, the con is for SAT, but the FAR is sitting down and not sharing proprietary information. That goes for everything. So for the first time ever, we've been around since 1902. This was a huge thing for the College Board to share our secrets, because we really don't share a lot of our secrets. We sat down with the Khan Academy, and they have created world-class test prep for students. It is a full-blown SAT practice course. It is designed to support students in all ways that they need to prepare for the SAT. The College Board is very, very serious when we say that if there is a student who sits down and utilizes this program as intended, but still feels like they need to pay for a course, we've failed. Now, I was one of those kids that would never sit down in front of a computer and take this course. I was the kid whose father literally had to kick her out of the car while he was rolling down the street to make me walk into a building and take my SAT prep. There's value in that, right? But there's also a lot of kids who can't afford this. And there's a lot of kids who don't have the money to pay for an expensive course. And so that is why we created what we did. And when your students get their scores back, they're going to get their paper score report like they always do, and they're also going to be able to go online to an online student portal. We're going to talk about these both in a moment. But once students are online in their online portal, we will ask them, can we share your information with the Khan Academy? And if they say yes, you can share your information with the Khan Academy, their score data will be sent to Khan, and a customized, adaptable learning roadmap will be created for them based on how they performed on the PSAT. So if they did well in geometry, Khan is not going to spend a lot of time working on geometry with them. If they struggled a little bit with, vocabulary, then we're going to talk a little bit, and we're going to work a little bit more on vocabulary. As students go through, it's just like the good old Khan we know and love, the mini lessons, the small tasks, the building blocks. There are 4 full practice SAT tests on there, which when students take them will get full feedback, just like they would if they take an SAT live, or if the same kind of feedback they're going to get with their PSAT. Some other features that we have to support the practice with Khan Academy is we still have our question of the day. So if any of your students have a smartphone, they can download the question of the day app for free. It's a free SAT question that comes with answer explanation. It's the perfect activity to do with mom in the car on the way to school. Paper test scoring app. So we're trying really hard to break down barriers. And one of the barriers we hear a lot about is, well, not all of our kids have computers at home, or not all of our students have internet at home. And as much as, we all think it's a good idea to say things like, oh, we'll just go to the public library and do it, we forget things like, well, maybe that student's babysitting and can't get to the library. Or, the library has 5 computers and there's a 45-minute wait and you're only allowed to use it for 20 minutes at a time. There's no way I can take a practice SAT. So what students can actually do is they can go online to our website and they can download a practice test. They can download a paper grid. They can take that test, mark in their answers on the grid, download an app on their phone, take a picture of that grid and send it in, and it will get scored within 6 seconds, and then they will have the opportunity to send that information to Khan for their customized learning roadmap. Isn't that awesome? Yeah. I've been talking about that one for 1.5 years, and I still get really excited. Very cool. The other thing, like I said, the data integration and score reporting. So I'm going to show you this in a minute, but students are going to have an online portal where they can see their scores. What's really awesome about it is year over year, they're going to go back and be able to see previous year's scores. So if you have someone right now that participated in PSAT 8, when they're a sophomore and they get their scores back for PSAT and MSQT, they'll be able to see how they did with PSAT 8, 9 in the 8th grade compared to how they did with the PSAT, when they took it in 10th grade. So, the students and the parents and ultimately the schools in the district will be able to see, are we watching this progress, like we should. And then, of course, practice content. We are continuously updating the program. There are so many questions on there. There's so many opportunities for students to practice. Khan's actually almost, Khan, they've got the small, they're only like 60 or 80 people that do the Khan Academy, which is amazing because they're so influential, but he actually hired on extra staff that work specifically with SAT. Any questions on Khan? It's going now. You can get on right now. So let's say if you have a student, now this is for the redesigned SAT content, but if you had a student who wanted to get on tomorrow and started preparing for their March SAT and their PSAT scores aren't back, they can go online, take that practice test, it will get scored, and they'll get the personalized learning roadmap. So it's ready to roll. Yes, sir. So his question was asking about the scores for TSI, exemptions for SAT and PSAT. That is a decision that will be made by the Higher Education Coordinating Board. My understanding, I saw you say TSI and he ran out of the, not really, no. He's hiding. Oh, well, man, you got back there fast. So my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is the Higher Education Coordinating Board is currently working through that. One of the things that's really hard to do as far as like creating a benchmark score for college readiness, or, you know, a benchmark for TSI, you know, college exemptions, or for the college readiness, is we need these scores to come back so we can look at them. And so concordances, as far as the College Board goes, our college level readiness benchmarks are going to be released, you know, as scores get released. And then I know the Higher Education Coordinating Board's in the process of working on that.
That's correct.
Any idea when, any ETA?
Not right now, I don't.
It's the #1 TSI question I get. Can I just give him your number?
Yeah, sure.
I'm just kidding. I'll tell him we're working on it. So scores, we're giving you a lot more information when it comes to scores and feedback, and this is where it really gets good, and this is where you really need to make sure, wait, hold on, everyone look at me real quick. I forgot to say this in the beginning. College readiness is not the sole responsibility of the counselor on the campus, right? It's everyone who is responsible for college readiness, K-12, whether you're on a campus or you're on a district. And this is one of your opportunities to start sharing this information and say, hey, look, it's not just the counselor. Look, teachers, educators, curriculum folks, you're getting back some really good data and information we can use to inform our instruction. And before I go any further, I'm in the process right now of trying to, I'm reaching out to ESC 13, ESC 12. I might even talk to you guys about when data does come back, if we all want to get together and go through some of that data. And it might not even be you. Counselors might not be the appropriate person to have in the room for that. It might be your curriculum leaders. But if we want to get together and go through the data and start digging through, have a workshop on how we can use that data, my contact information's at the end here. We can set something up, or we can get together as a group. But this is the data you're getting back. So you're still getting your total score. We're back to a 4 to 1600 score. So we're getting rid of the 2400 score. So for those of us in the room, our SAT score is good again. Good again. Yeah, I know. They really got us in 97. We just turned dumb real quick according to all these kids. Not really. You're still going to get your 2 section scores. So you're going to get your evidence-based reading and writing, and you're going to get your math. What's below that, that's new information. This is new data that we're giving back. So we're now going to give back some analysis in science, and social sciences, and history. So here we go, wrapping in those folks. In fact, the essay that students have to write for the SAT is an essay that you could probably make applicable in any classroom. You know, there's a lot of good stuff out there. There's a lot of good arguments and debates out there in the world of politics that you could use in a government classroom, or, you know, science, you know, pull an EPA article about whether or not we need to save the whales. You know, those are good things. So this is something that can now be applied to all content areas within the curriculum. And you see that we break it down for you. So you get test scores and sub-test scores. This information is going to be given at the district level, the campus level, and the individual student level. The individual student score sheets that they get back will actually provide them with information on how they do on all of these sections. Another thing I forgot to mention, I see some of you frantically writing. You're welcome to frantically write. However, I will send this to Charlotte and Laura afterwards, and they're welcome to forward it out to you if you don't want to write everything down. So a lot more information, a lot more data. It's going to come back to the student level. It's going to come back to teacher, district, campus level. One thing that you'll want to, let's see, I actually put it up. I'll show you in a minute, actually. The essay is now separate. It's a separate score. The essay is now optional. Students are not required to take it. However, we are recommending that students go ahead and participate in the essay for a multitude of reasons. Schools are going to get the data back. Schools are going to get that data back, and you see it's no longer just an essay score. We actually break it down into sub-scores, reading, analysis, and writing. You can be a really strong writer, but if you don't analyze what we're asking you to analyze, that's going to impact your score. And it's important to know what's the issue. Was my issue my writing, or was my issue, that I was struggling with actually analyzing the piece? Did I talk about how much I loved or hated it versus thinking about it critically? We are recommending that students go ahead and take the essay. Few reasons. There's still a requirement at a lot of colleges and universities. They're asking for the essay as part of their application process. Other colleges and universities want to see a score because they're doing their own research on the essay. And then probably the most important reason why you want to recommend the essay to them is because, similar to the ACT, the essay is at the end of the test. And you cannot walk in and take the essay separately. So if you take an SAT and you bounce out of the room all excited that you didn't take your essay, and then 2 months later you find out you have to have an essay, you get to sign up for, pay for, and sit for the entire test again. And that makes for a very, very unhappy teenager. And it always ends up being your fault. So just be prepared now. So recommend the essay, and they'll get a separate score for that. So benchmarks, there was a question earlier about TSI benchmarks. All benchmarks in general are going to be released with scores, but our benchmark is changing a little bit. Okay, our benchmark used to identify, or the benchmark was the students who were expected to get a B or higher in a college freshman level course. And you'll see now that we've changed it, that it's going to be a 75% likelihood of earning a C or better in first year credit-bearing courses in the same subject area. That aligns with what ACT's benchmark is, and one of the reasons why we did that was because there's just been a lot of confusion around whose benchmark, which benchmark, why this, why that, so now they're all going to kind of be the same, so we're talking a more common language. Each assessment will be given a benchmark score. PSAT 8-9 will get a benchmark, PSAT and MSQT will get a benchmark. And in the past, for example, the PSAT and MSQT benchmark was a benchmark indicating how you were trending towards your likelihood of success on the next assessment in the suite. So the SAT. It was almost like we were benchmarking you to the next test. But now what these benchmarks do is they benchmark you towards total college readiness. And that will make more sense on this screen. So each test has a different range of scores. Unlike what we used to do, for example, with, add a 0 here and this is your thing, they are all totally vertically aligned. So you'll see, for example, the PSAT 8-9, the score ranges from 120 to 720. Why doesn't it go up to 800? Right? It doesn't go up to 800 because we're not measuring all of the material that we measure on an SAT. Similar to how the SAT starts at a 200 up to an 800. Well, you can't get a 140? No, because we're assuming you have some of those PSAT 8-9 skills when you walk in the room to take the SAT. Here's what's lovely about the vertical alignment of these tests. So 2 things, like I said, they're all showing benchmark trending towards college readiness. So now you're going to be able to give someone an 8th grader, it's not how you're trending towards the next test, it's how you're trending towards overall college readiness, which is really good for people understand that. That's often what people assumed it meant anyway. We spend a lot of time trying to explain that. So hopefully that's going to be easier. But the other thing that's really nice about these assessments, if you walk in the room, let's say someone walked in your room a couple weeks ago on the 14th and took a PSAT 8, and they got a score of 400. If they had walked into the room and taken a PSAT and a MSQT that day, they would have gotten a 400. If they would have taken an SAT that day, they would have gotten a 400. Now, when you're looking at the overall score range, of course, the PSAT 8-9, the score of 400 on a PSAT 8-9 means you're doing pretty well. If you got a score of a 400 on the SAT, we've got quite a bit of work to do. But that's what's really nice about it. So one of the things I get asked quite often is, well, Lana, the parents of the really smart kids don't want them taking PSAT 8-9, they want them taking the PSAT and MSQT, or they want them taking the SAT. Have them take the test that's appropriate for their grade level, and if they're interested in how their student would have done on another test, they know exactly how their student would have done on another test when they get their scores back. But at the same time, they're getting feedback on the content that is measured at the appropriate level for them. We had a lot of schools for a lot of time giving the PSAT to 8th grade, and all we found out was a lot of 8th graders weren't college ready. Right? We knew that they didn't have a lot of the content that we taught in 10th grade. That doesn't tell us much. But if we're measuring exactly what they're supposed to be learning, and we're giving that kind of feedback, then you know exactly where your students are having some trouble. And one of the things that's really exciting about these assessments is when teachers go on to the online school reports and look at the release tests, they will actually be able to see the TEKS alignments. And it's not the TEKS alignment like, oh, this is English. It digs down pretty deep, you know, in a meaningful way for our educators. What about the Duke Talent Search kids? What about them? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So she asked, are there any changes with Duke Tip and SAT and the benchmarking? So the partnership with Duke is very similar to our partnership with National Merit. They pretty much just use our assessments, and then they take that data and run with it. And so, yes, your 7th grade students will have the opportunity to participate in the SAT, you know, and as far as what Duke Tip does with that, we'll have to talk with Duke Tip. Don't worry, I don't get to punt much. I only get to punt to Duke Tip and National Merit. So, but they're the ones that can answer that question. And I'm going to assume similar to the college, the Higher Education Coordinating Board, the College Board, everyone else, we're waiting for some of that data to come out to determine the benchmark score. Any other questions? No? Okay. So this is a little bit more information about the vertical scales score. Like I said, it's much improved because we're showing the benchmarks trends towards college readiness, not the next test. You know, for example, if a student took a PSA or Ready Step, which is our old 8th grade test in 8th grade, and we told them how they were trending towards the next test, but they didn't sit down again until 11th grade to take a PSAT and MSQT, it didn't do much for them. So now they're really getting that information about how they're trending towards total college readiness. So the reporting and the data, it's all coming back. So let me begin by doing this. It's a new system. How many of you had the pleasure of working through the College Board's PSAT ordering system this fall? Yeah, she's got the biggest frown in the room. It wasn't easy. There was a new system. There were a lot of challenges. We really appreciate everyone working through it with us. It was a first-year thing. What? That's not a question, so I'm not going to repeat it. I'm just kidding. She said it was awful. We had some kinks. You have kinks every time you release a new system. You guys know this. You guys have implemented Naviance and this system and that system, House Bill 4. You know, it never goes smoothly. But we do appreciate you guys working through it. We are quite confident that most of the things we learned will be fixed. So thank you for hanging in there with us. But also in line with what's new this year is the data portal where you're getting your feedback back. So if you are a district or a campus right now that receives your regular SAT data on paper, that's going to stop. You're going to get everything online. The really nice thing about it's going to be online, it's going to be stored, so when your predecessor leaves and you come in, you'll know exactly where to find it, right? Or when you win the lottery and you leave, the person who comes in after you will know exactly where to find it. It's going to be free, so you're no longer going to have to pay for the College Bound Senior reports, which, you know, helps. It all helps. And it's going to be all online. The challenge is there's some setup that the districts and campuses have to do to get this data. Emails have gone out with information and codes. If I am saying things that you have never heard before, I strongly suggest that you write down my contact information at the end and reach out to me, or first talk to people in your district and your campus and say, hey, do we know anything about the new electronic score reports from the College Board? Because some people are like, yep, all over it, we're all set up. Some people are not, but if you're not, please reach out to me. I can help you get codes. I've got all kinds of webinars I can send you with how to do it. I've got some flyers and some other information. And just so you know, I do check weekly on the progress of districts of how you're doing with that, and there's quite a few that still have some steps to take before you can access the data. And it's no rush on the College Board side, really, as far as when you do this, but when your superintendent walks into your office in December and says, hey, can I see those scores, you're probably not going to be able to get started and set up for him in 10 minutes, or her in 10 minutes. So if it's something that you guys use regularly, you want to probably be proactive in getting that set up. So we have the new online reporting portal. it's fabulous. A lot of the different portals that you were logging into in the past to access information are now all in one place, like the counselor registration report. You can now, starting in March, not starting in March, but with the March SAT, you'll be able to print admission tickets. Have you ever had a kid run in on Friday afternoon and tell you they lost their admission ticket? Yeah. Now you can just go online and print them. What's really nice, you can print them for the one student who lost it, or you can batch print them. So we're really hoping that some districts take advantage of their little office aids and batch print on Wednesday, run them out to the classrooms on fluorescent paper on Thursday, and make an announcement on Friday, remind kids to show up. You will be able to sort and filter all of this information. You'll even be able to sort by subject and teacher, so teachers will be able to get specific information. Some of the standard reports you're going to get for the SAT suite of assessments, you're going to get reports for student intervention. So we're actually going to start giving you some data and feedback that you can use with intervention. So this is the kind of report that we can all sit together, pull for your campus or your district, start looking at this, and there's actually game plans that we have available to help support what we do with this data now that we have it. Reports to inform curriculum and instruction, and then there's actually a school improvement planning guide that we have available. So a lot of resources that we haven't had before to really support how the information you get back on these assessments can support what's currently going on in your classroom. I've been out to speak to many, many teachers over the last year, and it never fails. Every time in front of a group of teachers, someone raises their hand and tells me, well, this is what I'm already doing in my classroom. I say, that's perfect. That's what we want. We don't want it to be this other thing. For a while there, the SAT felt like this other thing that students had to get done and be successful, but now it's totally aligned with what we're doing. In fact, we're starting to see states like Michigan, Connecticut, New York City public schools get rid of some of their exit level tests for their kids, and they're using the SAT instead. So it's really doing a lot of great things for curriculum. So the students are going to get back their student paper report like they always have. This is a screenshot of it. The one thing I'd like to point out to you is on the bottom right, you'll see where they start to get some of that feedback on the test scores and the sub-scores. Green means you hit the benchmark. Yellow means you didn't hit it, but you were close. Red means you were really far off. So that's something that's really important that we explain. So yellow is not... Sometimes yellow can be perceived as medium or kind of tracking along the right trend, or we're getting there. Yellow means, there's definitely some concern, So if your kids aren't popping up in the green, and that's something important to know. For example, when you're driving, you see a yellow light. Sometimes you stop and think about it, and sometimes you just blaze on through and think all's good. This is one of those yellows that you're going to want to stop and think about it a little bit instead of blaze on through and just hope you didn't, nothing bad happened. You will get information about the National Merit Scholarship information. You will get some information on next steps. On the left screenshot you see here, we actually start telling you about what kind of skills. You got this score, that's great. This is what this means. This is what you can do. The score on the right is going to talk to them about next steps, what they can improve on. So if you're at a school or a district with parents who are really interested in what they can do to support their students, you could hand them this information, explain it to them, and keep them busy for a really long time with giving them good feedback and information about their students, giving them some really good steps and some really good access points for support and opportunity. This is a screenshot of the electronic version that educators will see when they go on. So you'll see this, and you can see it as a school, a district, or per student. So you're really going to, again, get some good feedback. We're going to have AP potential still. I'm going to talk a bit about that. We've expanded some of the AP potential. Shows projections, and again, the detailed score reporting. So I just put this in here more for you to have when you go back to your district or campus, but you can use the student score report to identify, trends. Our whole sophomore class is really struggling with this, or for individual students, opportunities where they can improve. You can start looking at trends towards benchmarks and how those students are doing too. And so these are just some suggestions about how you can use this information. Since you are able to see year-over-year information, it's all electronic now, so you can be able to easily, similar to AP, you know how you can go back and click through and see the last 5 years of data really easily. You're going to be able to do that with this PSAT, or excuse me, the SAT suite of assessments. And you can, these are some of the ways you can make it work. So here we have some reports. So this is some of the new stuff that I'm excited to talk to you about. And these are the reports that are going to inform curriculum instruction. I have the pleasure of going to Atlanta the first week in December for 4 days of training. So when I get back in January, if you guys want any more detailed information about this, or if you want to sit down and look at your data for your district or your campus and how we can use it, we can definitely do that. But we're going to have scores by institutions, so we're going to tell you about the grade levels, we're going to give you state comparisons, we're going to give you district comparisons. You can even break students down into smaller sections so you can break it down by teacher. How's my English 4 teacher A doing compared to my English 4 teacher B? What if English 4 teacher A is knocking it out of the park with writing, but struggling with vocabulary, but teacher B is doing quite the opposite? So this gives us some really good opportunity to see what exactly is going on in our classrooms, and also gives us some really good opportunities to collaborate with each other to see where we're strong. And what's fun about knowing me and having me or having this group here is we could even get some districts in the room and say one district says, everyone always struggles with vocabulary, that's just a thing, you know, oh, vocabulary is our struggle. And this district over here might say, hey, we did pretty well in vocabulary. Here are some of the things we've done in our district to support that, and really enable some good sharing of best practices. Oh, so they're just making me, they're circling things now. So you can see this, you get the overall school, the score for the school, the district, the state, and the nation. So again, you start to get some of those comparisons. I always talk ahead the circles. You can filter out the information. You can filter it out by grade. You can filter it out by gender. You'll be able to filter it out by ethnicity. One of the things that changed this year in our pre-administration, instead of getting to choose from 4 ethnicities or 5 and only getting to circle 1 box, we're now allowing students to, there's a much longer list and students can do multiple boxes. So even though it's going to be self-reported, we're hoping that it's going to better align to what you're seeing, because there's a lot more categories in our states than there were with the College Board, so we're excited about that. You will also be able to sort by some of the other information students ask us. I do get districts asking me, so Lena, we want to see, you know, we want to look at how parental level of education, how our students whose parents went to college are doing compared to our students who didn't. You know, how are first gen going versus our non-first gen kids. So you'll be able to sort and start looking at that information. You'll be able to see if you do not participate in SAT school day, but you gave them a fee waiver, you'll be able to see if they used it, if they showed up. You'll be able to compare your SAT fee waiver kids against your non-fee waiver kids. You're just really going to be able to sort and manipulate this data to help you understand how you're trending towards your district's goals. Every district I go to has the words college readiness in their plans, whether it's their district plan and our campus plan, but the way they address it, the way they measure it, and the way they want to look at it, sometimes it's different. So we're really excited that these reports are going to help you to get the information in the way that you need it. The instructional planning report. If you're familiar with advanced placement, when scores come out, every teacher gets what we call an instructional planning report, which is basically it shows them how their kids are comparing against other students, and recommendations for how they can improve what's going on in their classroom. We are now going to be providing that data back for our PSAT suite of assessments, which is really cool because, when you get it back for your AP data, you get it for your AP kids, your AP cohort. But for those of you, remember, everyone in this room gave every single 10th grader the PSAT in October. Or at least I hope you did. No, I know you did. You're now going to get that information back on a cohort level, the cohort level that we're all looking at. Some suggestions for using the instructional planning report. Using that with teachers, getting teachers to look at it, looking at their curriculum. Again, we'll be able to look at the tests, we'll be able to see where it's aligned, and we'll be able to make some informed decisions. There is a question analysis report. So if you're familiar with the old SOAS reports, we'll actually give you a question analysis of how your students performed on the questions. We'll tell you what was right, what was wrong. We'll tell you what % of students answered within each question. This is really interesting to see trends. This is where your curriculum folks get excited. So if nothing else, go back today and tell your curriculum folks to call me. Some recommendations on using the question analysis report. You can understand what students, what this reveals about their learning, understanding where we're having difficulty in the curriculum, and looking for opportunities for skilled reinforcement. And it's really interesting when you look at these reports. There have been times before where we've looked at districts that gave 9, 10, 11. And the students did really well on this concept in 9. And by the time they got to 11th grade, they were performing below the district or the nation, the state or the nation. And when you go back and talk to teachers, they're like, oh, we quit teaching absolute value in 9th grade, and we don't talk about it again until the end of their junior year. That's why 85% of our students missed the absolute value question in math. And then all the math teachers goes, wow, we could probably throw in one absolute value question every other week in a warm-up and keep that skill nice and ripe and, you know, remember it so we're successful. So it's things like that that you can see in these reports. We have some reports to help with school improvement planning. So I mentioned we have the scores by demographic. We also are looking at score bands. More circles. Here's the benchmark score by demographics. So now you're going to be able to see how your students are doing towards the benchmarks. There's quite a few districts out there that have initiatives that are specific to some of our subpopulations. So this is really good data to help inform those goals. Some practices for doing that: determine which subgroups are underperforming. Look and see what might be influencing that. One of the things that's really nice here is you guys already are ensuring that your students have equal access to the assessments. And some districts that don't pay for all their students to take these assessments, you see some discrepancy just within the participation within some of your subpopulations. So you guys really knocked that one out. That's nice. So AP Potential. How many of you know about AP Potential? Yeah, lots of hands. How many of you use AP Potential? How many of you really use AP Potential? No. AP Potential, it's a great tool. No. It's a great tool. It really is a wonderful tool. For those of you that aren't aware, we have the ability to predict the likelihood of success in an AP course based on how they perform on the PSAT and MSQT. What's really exciting this year is we're actually changing that a little bit, and we are opening that up to our other assessments. But what AP Potential allows you to do is it allows you to find those students who have a lot of potential, who are really bright, who might not be telling us that. Sometimes when I was a middle school special ed teacher for a while and survived, and I worked with some of the kids that had emotional disturbance, and I often found that the harder classes, I put them in the less behavior issues I had because they were having to think instead of find things to do with their smart little brains. But it finds the opportunity for students to participate in courses. It helps school identify what kind of courses they can open up based on potential. And then on top of that, I recently had a discussion as school district, and there was some concern. They said, we offer all these AP courses, but we're not filling the classes. And we're afraid we're going to have to start shutting down some of these courses because we can't make a class with 8 kids. So this is a great opportunity to find some of those kids to fill that class by using AP Potential. My #1 recommendation for AP Potential: give this information to the AP teacher who teaches the course. Don't give it to your assistant principal to run around and do something with. They're busy. You guys counseling, you're working on your 4-year plans, you're making sure they're getting all their requirements in, but your AP teachers, if you handed your AP teacher a list of students and said, hi, AP biology teacher, these 30 kids are showing potential to be in your AP biology course next year. If I was a betting girl, I bet that they're gonna find every single one of those 30 students and have a conversation about it. So your AP teachers are great recruiters for AP Potential. So tell them about it. If you have a group of AP teachers that want to learn more about it or how to use it, that's where I can come in. I can either come visit and show them, or we can set up a WebEx, or I can pull it for them and I will send them the lists, whatever we need to do. But one thing that's really exciting about AP Potential is it's changing this year. So this is new, and this is new even if you've heard me talk about the SAT 10 times. So make sure you're ready to frantically scribble or listen. If your student participates in PSAT 8, 9 as an 8th grader, we are not going to share any AP potential information with that student, but the district and campus will get the AP potential information. PSAT 8, 9 in the 9th grade. So if they take PSAT 8, 9 in the 9th grade, we will tell the student if they have potential in AP World or AP European History. The district, campus, and school will get all of it. Okay, we've gotten a lot of requests from schools over the years to start giving this information, for our 8th grade students. And yes, while we can all ring off the name of a student in 8th grade who can walk into a freshman class and take an AP class and be successful, a majority of them just aren't ready. The other challenge is if we tell a student, one of the things that we got a lot of feedback on is, please quit telling our 8th graders that they have potential in AP biology. We have to get them to take high school biology first. It's a really long conversation, and we're having it a lot, right? And so we do not share the AP potential information directly with the students in 8th grade. My personal thought is you might not want to tell any parents or students that you're getting that information at the 8th grade, because they all talk in the halls of the grocery store, and then you're going to start getting the phone calls about, does my student have AP potential in 8th grade? So not only do you get to find that, then you get to have the conversation with them, while 8 times out of 10 it's not appropriate to put a kid in, there's only certain AP classes that are appropriate for a student at the freshman level. So just something to think about. But you are getting that data back, because we're seeing a lot of AP Human open up at the freshman level. Quite successfully, may I add. So a lot of AP Human Geography is opening up at the freshman level. So again, this is some data that can help guide some of those decisions. For students that take the PSAT and MSQT, they're going to see all their AP potential. School and district's going to see all their AP potential, the way it's always been. For students that take the SAT, they are now going to see their AP potential, and the school, district, and campus will see their AP potential. So if you're an SAT school day district, you're now going to get that AP potential back on all of your juniors towards the end of their junior year to see if there's any, that 2 hours off at the end of the day thing that's just not going to happen. We're going to fill it with an AP course. Yeah. And beef everything up for them. But that AP potential is going to be available for those students. Any questions on this? Because this is a change for us. Your AP potential codes release when your scores release. Your PSAT and MS, all your PSAT related assessment scores that you took this fall should land on your campuses in December. Probably a little closer to the Christmas break than it already was. Of course, our recommendation at the College Board is always wait till the spring to hand those out. It's just not the time for anybody in a school district to start opening scores and disseminating scores and having those conversations. You're trying to get out of there and close out the semester. So we recommend the spring, but your scores will come out your scores will be available in December. Your AP potential will be available in December. So if you get back early enough and you start talking to your teachers early enough about it, you can really implement some good recruitment activities long before spring registration, which is very helpful to our counselors. Counselors, you drive a counselor crazy when you start asking them to do 400 AP schedule changes in May. It's not good. Don't do that to them. Be nice. So what's coming up next? So coming soon, like I said, the PSAT score release is coming in December. We're going to be delivering out the student score reports. We're going to be opening up the student online score reports, and we're going to be opening up the online portals. AP potential codes will be released. As far as College Board support goes, you'll see a website right here. It's collegereadiness.collegeboard.org. Every time I've mentioned a website today, this is the one. Just go ahead and write it down. Some of you probably already have it tattooed. I know. But it's a really good website. And one of the things that's on there is the online educator modules. So if you or anyone in your district or campus is responsible for going back and sharing this information with other people, we've created online learning modules. Like we have PowerPoint presentations. So half of the PowerPoint I showed you today was from the module 6, which talks about data and reporting. We have an online module. There's handouts that come with it. It's a complete training that you can offer to your staff that's already online and ready to go to collegereadiness.collegeboard.org. There's handouts, there's things on data, how to use the data, some really good information. The SOAS, the Summary of Answers and Skills, that's been a report that's come out for years, and we're now calling it the SOAS 2.0. It's the new version of it. We will be hitting the road in January to start sharing information about that. If you are interested in doing something with me or the College Board with scores and data, let's talk. Let's talk for a couple reasons. Let's make sure we get the right people in the room. Right? It's not just the counselor that's responsible for college readiness, so we'll get the right person, right people in the room, make sure that we're addressing the goals of your district, specifically what you want to do. And then we're going to have some AP potential workshops. There'll be some online workshops, and then of course there are face-to-face workshops that I can do for you. The Southwestern Regional Forum. I don't know if any of you have ever been to a College Board conference before, but we really have a lot of fun, and we do a lot of really good jobs. We do a really good job of getting a good mix of higher education and K-12 folks all in the same room, and great sessions. It's going to be this year, February 24th to 26th in Dallas. It's really, really a good conference. For example, one of my best sessions last year is we had a panel of about 5 or 6 universities that talked about admissions in the new world of House Bill 5. And as my friend over here in the back corner has talked to a lot of people, every single college and university said if they had any choice at all, they would not accept a student without Algebra 2. Right? But what do we let the students do? Graduate without Algebra 2 and think that they're on track, right? So it's really good information. You're hearing it straight from the horse's mouth. It's a really great conference. Also, if you're interested in our conferences, we have a national forum every year, which is always in a really cool place. I think they just had it this year in DC. It was just in DC, Chicago last week. Yeah, I didn't get to go. Okay. Last week, we had our national forum in DC, which is a really cool conference. And next year, it'll be in Chicago. We get some really good names there at our national conference. For example, last couple years ago, before they had the Republican GOP runoff, we had all 7 primary candidates on stage together talking to us about their education policy. So we get some really good people in the room. It's great. So I encourage you to go. If you're interested in National Forum, we actually have most of our presenters are people that are in the field working, whether they're K-12 or higher ed, and we're currently accepting proposals for National Forum. Hutto, I would really encourage you to think about submitting something with all of your college readiness activities, especially with middle school and high school. It's the #1 question I get is, what do we do? We have to do something more than wear t-shirts at elementary. What else can we do? And so I was really excited to hear you guys today, and I'm definitely going to be calling you soon and visiting. This is my contact information. If you don't have it already, I strongly encourage you to write it down. There are people in this room that will testify that I do call back, and I am helpful. I try to be. So please make sure that you have this information and you reach out to me with questions. I can't fix your technology problems, but I can give you the number you can. But I'm definitely good with some best practices, how to use data, what do other school districts do, all that good kind of stuff. But that's really kind of my spiel today. I know I didn't want to take up too much time, and we've got about 10 minutes left for questions. And it can be related to what I've discussed or not. Yes, ma'am. So she was asking about, for SAT Saturday administrations, when students register, we require them to submit a picture. And then we also require them, when they come in, to show a picture and they need to match. And her question was, why do we accept pictures that are unclear or not approved? We're just not going to pay someone to sift through 4 million pictures a year. If you can't read instructions and follow the instructions to post a picture, we have a lot more to worry about than college, right? And I know that sounds really curt and short, but if you go to our website, the registration website, there's about 50 pictures on there that says yes, no, why yes, why no, all that stuff. You know, and it happens all the time. Oh, I get kids that are livid with me because I uploaded a picture of my dog and you accepted it, and then I couldn't figure out how to change it, and then I couldn't take the SAT. Well, honey, if that's funny to you, let's laugh about it and learn that lesson, and we'll move on and not post a picture of the dog the next time. Well, if it's that, I mean, it's a computer program. So if you turn in a blank picture or a black picture, if there's some like glaring like no, 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 we'll reject it. But if it's close, you know, if it's close, if they're wearing a hat, it is ultimately the responsibility of the student, you know, and if nothing else, tell them to use this lovely little school picture. Computer can only do so much. You know, the College Board is a nonprofit. We have to be very thoughtful of where we spend our money, and we just couldn't justify it. But at the same time, if you're ever in a situation where it's unclear, you should absolutely feel comfortable turning them away. That is part of our security. So you feel comfortable turning them away. They can call the College Board, not Lana, the College Board, and they can get angry. That's fine, no problem. But you know, it's just really, you know, it's one of those things. If nothing else, you know, we didn't make them write their PSAT thing in cursive this year. Thank you. That was like riots. You should have seen that when I announced that to people. I thought I was going to get killed in Sherman, Texas when I announced that. It was bad. But yeah, so we don't check them individually. We try to monitor, but at the same time, it's one of those soft skills. Yeah, definitely. Yes, ma'am. Yes, they are. Yes. So last year I got to visit Elgin, which was a lot of fun. They implemented SAT School Day and did a really good job, 97% registration in about 4 days. Don't know how you did it, but that was awesome. Probably didn't sleep much, did you, Rick? No. Yeah. I don't believe you, but that's fine. He said it was fun, but I don't believe him. So when I was there was some struggles with NCAA and SAT School Day scores, but they've got that all worked out now. Yeah, good deal. Any other questions, thoughts, comments? Yes, ma'am. She asked for more specific information about results are coming back for the PSAT. Yes, we're expecting them to be out prior to the average school district shutting down. You know, of course, that depends where you are in the country or across the globe. And you will get your electronic access, you'll get the paper access, and then the students, this is probably something good to know, if the students have a College Board account already, so these are probably your AP students, and they filled out their email address correctly on their pre-administration form, which is like an act of miracle. The student will actually get an email letting them know they can go online and look at their scores. In December. Any other questions, thoughts, comments? All right, well, it's really good to see. There's so many familiar faces in the room, and it's really good to see all of you guys. And I really, like I said, encourage you to reach out to me. You know where to find me. If you ever want me to come back here and do anything, I'm more than happy to. And otherwise, I hope you all have a really great week. And holidays are soon. How many days till Thanksgiving? I know y'all know. 17. Someone always knows. Someone always knows. Did anyone have the Christmas countdown yet? Oh, 8 till the break, so we've been confirmed. Anyone have the Christmas countdown started, holiday countdown started yet? No? All right. Well, thanks so much, guys. Y'all have a great afternoon.
I think he just knows we're still on.
All right, we're switching speakers, and we'll get started in just a moment. And then, like Laura said, we will end the video broadcast and then go into just a small discussion internally.
I just want to remind you that for dual credit, the new PSAT score cannot be used for dual credit eligibility. You understand that? The old PSAT that they took last year, you can use those scores, but you can't use the new PSAT score because it hasn't been converted. Does that make sense? Or they, not converted, but they haven't decided how they're going to be used. We knew that, though, I think.
Power through here, Charlotte.
Did she ever?
I can introduce myself. I'm pretty comfortable with the mic. I won't karaoke in front of everybody just yet today. No, but so
That's a college readiness activity.
it is. You gotta socialize. No, hi everybody. I'm Sarah Simmons. I'm at Aikens High School. I've been there. This is my 6th year, and in the College and Career Center. Formerly titled Project Advance staff, and so I realize I'm the last speaker of the day, and I will try to make this as efficient as possible for you guys. But I do want to tell one quick story because I think everybody got the wrong impression when I started off today with my comment. I do believe that we can change a culture. I am probably driving people at my campus crazy because I'm the person on the campus constantly telling everyone we should have more people applying and going to college. And so I really hope no one got the impression this morning that I was complaining or being negative. And I'm going to tell you a really quick story about one of our students last year, because when I get to that moment where I'm about to lose it, I think about, a student like this, and I know probably everybody in here has one of these, but, last year, it was about this time of year. No, that's not right. I was on maternity leave. I had just come back. It was in January. And, one of our students that I'd been working with came in, and I'd just gotten a report from one of our colleges that we work with, Texas A&M Corpus Christi, that this student had been accepted, and I was or admitted. I was super excited about that. And the student walks in, and I look at her and I say, "Oh my gosh, congratulations, this is the 4th school that you've been admitted to." And this girl looked at me and she said, "What are you talking about?" And I looked back at her and I said, "What do you mean, what am I talking about?" And she said, "What school are you?" And I said, "Texas A&M Corpus Christi." And I said, "You've been admitted to Texas A&M Corpus Christi." And I pulled up my other data and I showed her, "No, I can confirm. Look, they emailed me. Here you are on 3 other different schools." And this girl starts crying. And I said, "What's going on?" And she said, "I had no idea." And the bell rings, and it's the end of the school day, and 80% of our kids are bus riders, so she's like, "I gotta go." And so I said, "Please, let's talk first thing in the morning." She comes back the next morning, you guys, and I said, "So, what was going on?" And she said, "Well, I went home last night, and I found a stack of mail, and my mom and dad had been keeping all of my mail from me." And of course, this is also where I'm like, well, if you're checking your email, you would know. But email's archaic to these students, right? So she didn't know. So the mama bear in me perks up, and I'm like, why? Why would these parents rob this child who has done everything that we've asked her to do? She's involved in school. She is, she's performing well. She's being positive. She's doing the applications. She's working on financially. She's doing everything that we're asking. So I said, "Okay, can you tell me why, before I pick up this phone and call your parents?" And she said, "Well, Miss Simmons, my parents need me to watch my brothers." And I said, "Okay,
well, tell me about that. And she said, well, one's in middle school and one's in elementary school. And she said, I go, okay, well, so are you watching them when you get home from school? And she said, yeah, and I watch them overnight. And I said, oh, okay. And now the mama bear in me is like, now I want to cry because I'm thinking this family, how hard they're working. And I said, okay, so you're watching your brothers overnight. She goes, yeah, I've been doing that since about 6th grade. My parents work overnight. My parents don't have Social Security numbers. And now the big picture's there. And now I'm like, okay, Mama Bear is like, we need to talk to the other Mama Bear. So I said, you know, if I pick up this phone and have this conversation, is it gonna go well? And she was like, oh, don't do that, Miss Simmons. They don't like you. I was like, what? They don't like me? I'm like, come on now. And I was like, okay, why? And she said, because you always make me feel like I can go to college. And then we get in a fight because I want to go. So they don't want to talk to you. And I was like, okay. And she goes, and plus they speak Spanish. And I was like, mi español es muy mal. ¿Por qué? No, like I do try to speak Spanish when I can, but I said, okay, well, we better back up. And so you guys, that was in January. It was almost halfway through the school year. And because I know everybody's ready to go on break, I'm going to fast forward and just tell you. When I met with that family, it wasn't with the parents at first. It was with the aunt, because the aunt was the only person in the family who was supportive of that child going to college. And I had to talk to the aunt and be like, how can we make this happen? And we had to meet not 4 and not 5 times. I was meeting with that family all throughout the summer. And you guys, I'm happy to report that, I mean, the first time I met that father, he was angry. I was probably the most nervous I've ever been as an educator. And I taught middle school for 10 years. So that should tell you, this dad was upset. But I also know that by the end of our first conversation, I knew his number one concern was money. And his second concern was that he was going to let his little girl down. And he told me that he kept this note from his daughter on the visor of his truck. He kept it up in the visor, and he looked at it every single day. And the note from his daughter said, I'll love you always, Daddy. Thank you for basically like mi cielo, being my everything. And he said, I don't ever want to not be her everything. And I was like, well, that's some weight. Like, I don't want her to, I don't want you to let her down either. I don't want to let her down. But you guys, it took a lot of work. It took a lot of conversations. It took a lot of the family coming together that they were going to help watch the sons so that the student could go off to college. And the thing that we kept talking about and coming back to was, different state aid, different financial aid, work study. I'm glad to say she's down at Texas A&M Corpus Christi right now. She's like about to complete her first semester. And her parents came back to me with this very sweet gift. And it was a pair of earrings. And they said, we just wanted you to know that the youngest son, their little boy, has his college fund box under the bed. See, and it's changing the whole culture, but it took everything that's not on a graph. I mean, all that stuff on the graph helps, but that's what we're talking about when we talk about changing a culture. And I mean, it was like this aha moment for me. And so when I get to my places, I think about that family. I'm like, if we can do that, we can do TSI, okay? That's your introduction to TSI. It's everyone's favorite subject. I have my own, no, I should be so facetious, but Charlotte, you'll probably recognize this whole first handout because I just took your stuff from last year and made my own. That's how we do this, right? Shared best practices. So this is our website, and I just put a link up on our website. You can visit this if you'd like. It's aikenseagles.org. And so we, have a little bit of everything on there. But last year, I had an eye-opening moment back in September when Charlotte started talking about, HB5 and the college readiness portion of it. And I was like, whoa, we got to get our arms around this big buffalo because it's headed our way. So if you haven't got the horns yet, you guys, it's time to jump out in front of the beast, because it's becoming more and more part of our world, and it is kind of convoluted. So I'm going to do my best to keep it short and just explain basic stuff to you guys. So is everybody in here familiar with just what the TSI is? Do you want me to just briefly, everybody's comfortable with it, right? Okay. So really, there's just some nuanced, information that, kind of like Charlotte was bringing up, that everybody needs to be aware of. It's not as simple as you're either college ready or you're not. You're either going to be college ready in math or not, college ready in reading or not, writing or not. You could be college ready for dual credit, but not for life after high school. And so one of the great things that AISD has done is they have created a college readiness report that we can run in teams. And very quickly, you can see every student on your campus, whether or not they're exempt for TSI via, SAT, ACT, TSI, end of course exam if you're looking for dual credit, or PSAT if you're looking at dual credit. And so what we've done as a campus, I just have a massive Google spreadsheet that I keep on the seniors, and I just added that column this year and just took a day and filled in for every single senior their college readiness status so that I can very quickly at a glance look them up. Since we're talking about the powers that be, one of the first things I did when I ran that report was I ran over to our principal's office and I was like, you need to see this report, because this is what a really good indicator of what we're doing here is. And we are a hard-working campus. I'm so proud to be part of the Aiken staff. And when I talk to teachers about TSI, and when I talk to our principal about this, they're like, it is nuts that a student can have graduated or earned all of their credits, passed all of their EOCs, they can be admitted to a college, they can have financial aid waiting for them, they can have a dorm, but they can't take a college level class because they're not college ready. Like, that is heartbreaking. So when we talk about summer melt and we talk about, direct enrollment, this is a huge piece of the puzzle. Being college ready is probably, when I worked summer melt this summer, it was the #1 reason my students were coming in, because they were finding out, what do you mean I can't take a class? I had, one of our top 10% students admitted to UT, had his dorm room ready and waiting for him, couldn't take his UT math courses because he's not college ready. And that's not uncommon. Okay, I mean, people are shaking their head around the room. Like, that happens more often than we want to admit. And so when we start talking about college readiness, we need to really start looking at curriculum and rigor matching up to this benchmark, because right now it's not happening. I mean, I'm just saying that. You know me, I always hold my tongue. So, you guys, the 2 handouts that I've given you, there's a couple of different handouts that we have in our office for this, and I just grabbed a couple today to give anybody an idea if they needed them. But what we did is we gave every senior these handouts. We will start working with juniors in the spring. But since in order to take the TSI test, everyone has to be, they have to have completed the pre-assessment activity. Is everyone familiar with that? Okay, so the very first question, once you actually get into testing, it asks the student, has anyone talked to you, I mean, it doesn't phrase it this way, but basically informed you what is the TSI test and why are you taking it? If they don't answer yes to that question, they cannot move forward in the test. And here's another good little piece of information. If they select no on that, it still uses the credit, right, the unit for the test. So you really need to make sure that every student, when they start the test, they know to answer yes to that question so you don't waste a testing unit. So what we did in order to make sure that everybody got the pre-assessment is we rounded up all of the seniors in one of our advisory sessions into the theater, and we just had, the PowerPoint up, and we went through, this is what the TSI test is, this is why you need to take it, this is how you know if you need to take it or not, and this is how you sign up for it, and then we had their little certificate for them, and that was their exit ticket out of the theater. Now we have all 560 of those. Well, let's be honest, 530. Somewhere tucked, we've got it in a binder in our office. So after you do the pre-assessment activity, this is kind of how our campus has decided to do it. We wanted to make it very easy for the students to access, but at the same time, testing 550 students gets to be kind of a crazy beast. And so we're allowing students at this time to sign up for the test themselves. And so this is our TSI webpage, and if you scroll down, Laura, you can see it talks about, do I have to take the TSI test? Do I have to take all 3 parts? What are the passing standards? All of this you guys are probably all familiar with. What happens if I don't pass all the sections? At Aikens, what we've decided to do is once the student takes the test, since they get their scores immediately, we go ahead and give them a handout, and the handout says on there, you're now college ready in this section or not, and if you're not, based on what their score is, they have to come back to us before they test with that form, and they've got 2 different types of preparation they can do between retesting. They can either, and again, this kind of depends on their score, if they're right on the bubble, they can go to either Edgenuity or Khan Academy and do some type of test prep. Okay, and we can sign off on that, or they can go to a teacher if they need a little bit more help and actually spend however many hours of tutoring. We have it depending on the level, the test level, so that they get some type of preparation between tests. Because last year when we started this, I realized we had a lot of seniors that were like, oh, if the cut score is 351 and the student got a 340, well, to a student, that only sounds like 11 points. But what we all know is on that TSI test, like 2 points makes a huge bit of difference. And so that student really didn't need to retest. That student really needed some intervention. And so that's what we're trying to start getting going now on our campus, is in between testings that they do some type of preparation. Okay, so they can come to this website, they can see the different testing dates. We're holding 2 test dates per month during the school day, and then 1 Saturday almost every month. And what we've decided to do is, and it's probably best practice, that you bust the test up to reading and writing on one day and do the math separately, do the 2 different the 3 different sections, combined reading and writing in one day, and then the math on a separate day. When you get a group of students in there any more than 5, it starts to really not be the best testing environment, trying to navigate who's doing what and where they are in the test, and do they need to take if everybody's on a different subject. We've just found it's better to just test reading and writing together on a separate day from math. All right. If they need to take all 3 sections, we recommend they do it on a Saturday, because it is going to take them most likely most of the day. They'd be missing like most of a school day. So we try to make the test dates readily available to them, let them know how they can sign up for the test. Yes. We don't actually assign them that. You could, but we're not. So she's asking, how do we actually prescribe them something in Edgenuity? And we're not there yet with Edgenuity, although you could do that. Right now, we're just going in to make sure you can go check in Edgenuity what they did in there and how long they were working on it. There's that feature in Edgenuity. And so, what's that? Right. So APs and administrators all have access to Edgenuity. We need to get them the password to get in. You want to talk about that?
Oh, well,
sure.
so Edgenuity, if your campus has it, your administrators should already have their username and passwords, and they can actually do EOC prep, SAT prep, ACT. I mean, there's every kind of preparation for testing in there for the students. Yeah. And then it's just easy. They can give the students their username and password, and they can start.
I know our English department is starting to use that for different things with EOC, not credit recovery, but maybe credit repair kind of stuff. So it's got a lot of handy tools in there. Let's see, sorry, I just want to make sure I'm not rambling on. What kind of questions, I think that I've covered basically how we're doing it at our school. At first, we were going to, it's like, well, who's proctoring the test, right? Like, hey, let's just give that to one more. That's, at first, we were gonna have, because I work at Aikens, and we have 6 academies housed under one high school. And so at first, we were gonna have each counselor test 2 times a year. They would proctor the test. That way it's not such a huge burden on just one person. But I was lucky enough to actually get another advisor in the College and Career Center who's very TSI fluent, and so she's going to be the person who's now proctoring the test. But there's different approaches different schools are taking. That was just one idea that we had that we kind of worked out, where it was like, well, if we're going to do this as a department, then we could split it up like that. That way it's only 2 days of your year. Yes. So for what we do is we work it in with Saturday school, and that's how we're doing that. We'll train staff that's going to be testing on Saturdays. Yes. She said, how are you guys handling the oral administration on the TSI? Or how about any accommodations? We're not. I'm being straight up honest with you. I haven't gotten that plan yet. We're sending those students to ACC. Yeah, because at this point, that's something that we have to address. Right. I mean, I'm just being honest. I don't have a plan for that at this point. That's something as a district that we're looking into, and we're getting our arms around accommodations right now. So.
ACC just purchased a program, because I had the same question for our district for early college, and they just bought it, and so they're asking us to send them over there too, but they're asking if districts want to look into that program, because it does do it on their level, quicker, slower, and so we're going to be looking at that program as well for that.
What district?
Kurtzwell. It's ACC, and they said it was like they threw out $6,000 for 9 campuses, but all their campuses have
okay.
it. So they're all licensed for it. But they said that was something the districts probably needed to start looking at because of House Bill 18.
Right. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
There's also other programs that'll do it. They said there's multiple programs. You don't just have to use that one.
We had this conversation too, and there are multiple programs out there that have the capability of reading the test questions or whatever to the kids. And they told me specifically to check with my special education department. They may already have something that you can use too. Yeah, they gave me 3 or 4 names. I don't have them in front of me. Holly Delacroix at South Austin.
I was just going to make the same point as she made. Some of the districts will perhaps already have the Kurzweil program in their districts.
Okay.
And may not have to purchase the program. It's just a matter of asking.
Okay. No, I think that's a really good suggestion, and that's something that we'll take back to our campuses from today. I mean, honestly, if there was anything I could say about TSI, is that even though it's really probably the last thing anybody wants to think about, it's like 3 letters that we're all like, oh yeah, the TSI. It really is it's the thing that keeps my kids from going. I mean, this summer, with all of our first-gen students, because at Aikens, it's probably close to 80% of our kids that are going to be first-generation, something as abstract, first of all, they're upset that there's another test. They're like, I'm a senior. I don't have to take another test. No, not really. That's not right. That's not accurate. You don't have to take this, but you're going to take it. Like, it is the one thing that I think that it's kind of it blindsides the kids. It comes out of nowhere because most of these students that aren't college ready, they don't find it out until spring semester of senior year. And at that point, we all know their head is out of there. Like, they have checked out. And so we are starting to talk with our juniors this year. We will have another, all-class meeting in the theater, get them their pre-assessment activity completed. And, we're just going to kind of start working our way down so that hopefully, we're doing this with every incoming freshman class. Yes, ma'am.
And they get on there, sorry, it's a computer-generated test. They get on there and they start clicking.
Right.
And they don't capitalize their name. They don't do these things. They don't take their time on the essay.
Right.
It's a 5-paragraph essay. We don't teach 5-paragraph essay. I mean, all of those kind of conversations that you need to have for the TSI.
It is such a good point that it's unlike anything that they've taken before. It's online, and again, because they've never heard of it, they really don't take it that seriously. And this test is going to impact so many different things. I almost brought the handout. I work really closely with API, and they went to ACC and asked, okay, depending on where a student scores on the TSI, what kind of developmental classes are we looking at? And I hate to think about so many of our kids are looking at like 8 developmental courses before you could ever start college work. And these, could be students that passed their exams, they earned all their credits, they're doing everything we ask them to do, and then they leave our doors and they're having to pay for developmental classes that don't even count towards a degree. So that's something to think about. Anything else, you guys? Okay, well, I just want to wish you all a really great end of the semester, and I'm going to turn it over to everybody else to release you all.
So what we're going to do is we'll conclude our video presentation. Thank you very much for everybody watching online to be a part of this, and thank you all for being here today. We will have a little discussion for those who are here today, but that should conclude the video portion, and we'll go into the smaller level discussion.